What up, everybody? How are we doing today, ladies and gentlemen? That's just Ashley in the back. All right. So I'm going to start the first break in about a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to basically have a whole slew of breaks get going very shortly. Do you mind just grabbing a G2, if you can?
Sure. What color?
Purple, please. So we're going to get the randoms going in about 1 minute, guys. We'll start the first break in about 2 minutes. We're going to do the single caser first, then we'll do the multi-caser second. And then we'll see how fast we can go through them. And then obviously try to keep going. We hopefully are going to go through round 6 or 7 today. So if you guys want to join the other ones, by all means, grab some spots. They are very, very close to filling. And obviously any other break that you guys want to get going tonight, by all means, get them filled. The first break is close. The 5-box double up's close. The Gobble Gobble Thanksgiving special's close. What else is close? Platinum's close. So we're getting there. So we are going to crush the breaks for you guys tonight. Alright, so I'm going to get the random for 394 ready to rock and roll, folks, and then we'll basically start off on the breaks. Alright, so good luck on the randos for Breakola number 1, sponsored by G0.
That was the last one last time.
Was it?
Yeah.
Maybe drinking the purples.
Probably.
Alright, we're going to tag team this. Good luck, everyone. Here we go. Here we go, 24,394. We got the randoms for the first case. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. So there we go. A few minutes for randos. Offside. Alright, well, Webotu has Montreal, so congrats on the Demidov, presuming that the allocations are proper. Alright, let's start off the first case. Happy release day to you as well, sir. Alright, so 394. We're going to get this puppy ready in a couple seconds. Alright. Alright, well, do you have a knife or no? Oh my gosh. Here, I got one. I got one for you. Oh. He dropped it. Alright, good luck everyone. Here we go. let's start it off and let's get a Demidov. Who's going to be the first one to get a Demidov? Me. Because Eric always loses. Here we go, 24,394. So tough, these boxes. We'll have some room in there again for the padding. And that failed. Eric. Nice looking boxes there. Kablamo. And let's see if we can get some high gloss Demidov action going here. Wouldn't that be something? First pack, high gloss Demidov. Alright, so the first few cards I'll show you guys nice and slowly. We got a Compadres for the Oilers. So that's the Oiler Compadres. Our first Young Guns is Abels. The guns part is hard to see, I'm not going to lie. But I like the clarity of the cards. And we've got for Utah, Mammoth of Keller Compositions. Is that the first time a card has Mammoth on it? Probably. Alright, we got a Dazzlers for Florida of Barkov. Solid again, as always. We got a canvas of Sanheim for Philly. Again, I will go a little quicker. I'm going to show you guys the style of the first ones, and then we'll go from there. And we've got a goal-oriented of Nathan McKinnon for the Avalanche. Why was it not capitalized on the names? Interesting. We've got an encore Lane Hudson, Montreal. Nice little shine to those. We've got a Marchenko sizzle reel for the Blue Jackets. Sizzle reel. All right. And a Young Guns. Do you remember the Leafs guy? Is it Killian? Quillian? Where is it, Quillian? Young Guns for the Maple Leafs. We've got an encore of Campe for LA, Compadres for Florida, and a Young Guns of Mazur for the Red Wings. Mazur. We've got a sizzle reel of Aho for Carolina. The new portraits, Tage Thompson. I think people are going to have fun with these ones. Tage Thompson. And a whole lot of nada. Canvas of Eichel for Vegas. Young Guns of Camel for the Preds. Young Guns. And we've got a compositions of Stutzel for Ottawa. Sounds like Quillen? Okay. Encore of Kucherov for Tampa. That's a blue variant. Encore of Keller for Utah. And these are new. A Tracking Systems Blackwood for the Avs. Bloop, bloop, bloop. We've got a bustle. What's a bustle? A bustle of Sam Reinhart. Eric?
No.
Never heard of the word bustle? I don't know what bustle is either. Lev Shunov, Young Guns. I don't know what a bustle is. for Chicago. And a Cup Quest of Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Actually, I like these ones. For the Oilers. Those are cool. You like the tracking better than Olala's? Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. We got a Sparkle Sizzle of Jack Hughes, or sorry, Luke Hughes for the Devils. Canvas of Marchenko for the Jackets. And a portrait of Matthews for the Maple Leafs. Move in an energetic or noisy manner. Oh, sounds like me. We've got for the Buffalo Sabres, Outburst of Darlene. We've got a Sizzle of Nyes for the Leafs and a Goal-Oriented of Bratt for the Devils. We got a Canvas of Aho for Carolina. We got a Compositions of Ovechkin for the Caps. And a Moore for the Hawks Young Guns. We got an Encore of Troy Terry for the Ducks. A Sizzle of Wyatt Johnston for Dallas. And a Quest Sparkle for the Oilers of Hopkins. Well, cool. I learned a new word today, though. I learned what a bustle is. Isn't it like, wouldn't bustle and hustle then be the same thing almost? What's the definition of hustle, Floor? Wouldn't it be very similar? Of move in an energetic manner? Tracking of Urson for Philly. Young Guns of Currens for Calgary. And a portrait for the Winnipeg Jets of Morrissey. We got a Dazzlers of Jack Hughes for the Devils. We got a Patterson Canvas for Vancouver. And a Compositions of Aho for Carolina. They're interchangeable? Alright. We got an Encore of Konechny for Philly. A Bustle for Ottawa of Kachuk. And a Young Guns for Calgary of Morton. We've got a Sizzle of Forsberg for Montreal. Sorry, for Nashville. Goal-oriented of Eichel for Vegas. And for Montreal, Young Guns, Demidov. Our first one. Get it graded. Demidov, Young Guns. Kablamo! We got one already. Population count 500 for Anaheim of Dostal. We've got a tracking systems of Swayman for Boston and a Cup Quest for the Oilers of Hyman. We got a Compadre Sparkle for Tampa. Canvas of Larkin for the Red Wings. And a Monahan Compositions for the Blue Jackets. We got a Young Guns Canvas for the Ottawa Senators of Sabrango. Canvas, Young Guns, Sabrango. And a Young Guns for the Ottawa Senators, Sabrango. Well, back to back. And we got a Matthew Tkachuk for the Florida Panthers portraits. We got an Encore to Brinkat for the Red Wings, Sizzle of Kyle Connor for the Jets, and a Young Guns of Skarek for the Islanders. What would you name Eric if he was scary? Skarek. Oh, come on. We got a clear-cut base of Chatfield for Carolina. That was a good. That's a good one. Encore of Cooley for Utah. Compadres for the Sharks. We've got a Young Guns Outburst Silver for Carolina of Brandamore. Carolina Young Guns Outburst. We got a Tracking Systems of Hill for Vegas and a Cup Quest of Carlson for the Penguins. Not this year. We got a Canvas of Nason for the Devils, a Young Guns of Gatcombe for the Islanders, and a Portrait for the Ottawa Senators of Olmark. Encore of Leonard for Washington, Composition Sparkle, Stutzel for Ottawa, and a Bustle of Werenski for the Jackets. That silver Young Guns on a silver Outburst looks not the best. It's funny, I actually think it looks really good. I actually enjoy the way the Outburst Silvers look. It is an early one, yes. And we got lots of cases come. I said me and Eric are going to try to bang out 3 of these cases, so we'll do them double master after this. We've got a Tracking Systems of Kemper for LA, Young Guns of Lund for the Sharks, and a Portrait of Kadri for Calgary. That one looks a bit crazy. We got a Dazzlers of Nylander for the Leafs, Canvas of Caulfield for Montreal, and a Compositions for San Jose of Toffoli. Oh, the script. Yeah, that I could see. Encore of Unger for Dallas, Compadres for the Rangers, and a Mazur Young Guns for the Red Wings. We've got a Swagnificent for the Vegas Golden Knights, Hannafin. He does look swagnificent, doesn't he? Hannafin. We've got a Sizzle of McDavid for the Oilers and a Cup Quest of Bedard for Chicago. We've got a Tracking Systems of Demko Vancouver, Young Guns of Parek for Calgary, and a Goal-Oriented of Austin Matthews for the Maple Leafs. Canvas of Laine for the Montreal Canadiens, Eklund Portraits for the Sharks, and a Demidov and Levshunov dual Young Gun. So if we get 2 of those, obviously you don't need to random one. We got an Encore Blue of Zibanejad for the Rangers, Encore Regular for Buffalo of Luukkonen, and a Sizzle of Makar for the Avs. We got a Sizzle Sparkle of McDavid for the Oilers, Canvas of Sanderson for Ottawa, and a Compositions for L.A. Kopitar. We got an Outburst Silver of Krebs for Buffalo. We got a Tracking Systems for Florida of Bobrovsky, and a Cup Quest of Shesterkin for the Rangers. We've got a Canvas for Utah of Keller, Young Guns of Frank for Washington, and a Portrait of Makar for Colorado. Encore of Kreider for the Rangers. We got a Bustle of Stankoven for Carolina, and a Young Guns for Oilers of Hudson. Tell Eric you say hi.
Hi.
He says hello. We got an Encore of Zari for Calgary. We got a Cup Quest Sparkle of Carlson for Pittsburgh, and a Compadres of Tampa Bay. Compadres. All right. We've got a sizzle of Bouchard for the Oilers. Young Guns of Duke for Tampa. Goal-oriented for the Rangers of Panarin. Do I think the Jays will win tonight? I think they will. Dazzlers for Winnipeg of Kyle Connor. Canvas for Florida of Reinhart. Compositions of Larkin for the Red Wings. We've got an encore of Morrissey for the Jets. A bustle of Matthew Nyes for the Leafs. And a Young Guns of Cagnoni for the Sharks. We've got a portrait of Eklund for the Sharks. We got a Jake Ottinger tracking systems for Dallas. Cup Quest, Cal Connor for the Jets. We got a canvas for the Maple Leafs, Joseph Wool. Portrait of Sider for the Red Wings. And a Callahan Young Guns for Boston. Floor, what's your guess for tonight for the game? That was a red parallel, yes, for the portraits. We've got a Young Guns clear cut for the Boston Bruins of Callahan. Boston Bruins. Encore Stutzel for Ottawa and a sizzle of McCann for Seattle. We got a bustle of Kadri for the Calgary Flames. Compositions for Minnesota of Rossi. And a Young Guns of Melanson for Seattle. Seattle. We've got a Sparkle tracking systems of Dostal for the Ducks. Canvas of Zari for Calgary. Goal-oriented for Ottawa of Brady Tkachuk. Encore, Carlson for Pittsburgh. Sizzle of Luukkonen for Buffalo. And another Young Guns checklist. So that is 2 Young Gun checklists. So that's good. That means you can probably not have to do a random. I don't think we'll get 3, but you never know. We've got a Outburst Silver checklist that'll be a random between the Avalanche and the Panthers. McKinnon and Tkachuk. We got a tracking systems of Saros for the Preds and a portrait of Bedard for Chicago. We've got a canvas of Tkachuk for Ottawa, Young Guns of Osland for Buffalo, and a McDavid compositions for the Oilers. Encore of Wolf for Calgary, goal-oriented Sparkle of Bratt for the Devils, and a bustle for the Anaheim Ducks of Leo Carlson. Leo! We've got a sizzle of Luke Hughes for the Devils. The Young Guns of Shine for the Red Wings. Shine. Compositions of Hughes for the Canucks. We got a Dazzlers of Makar for the Avs. Canvas of Terry for the Ducks. Goal-oriented for the Panthers of Sam Reinhart. We've got an encore of Ostlund for Buffalo. Sizzle of Ovechkin for the Caps. Suzuki Young Guns for Carolina. We've got a deluxe number to 250 of Bobby McMahon for the Maple Leafs. We got a tracking systems of Dostal for the Ducks and a portrait of Leon Draisaitl for the Oilers. Young Guns canvas for the Islanders Skerrick. Young Guns of Rodrigue. Well, it's U-E. There's no S, so it's Rodrigue. Maybe. And a compositions of Barzil for the Islanders. We got a black and white canvas for the Golden Knights of Alex Pietrangelo. Encore of Thomas for the Blues. And a bustle of Gensel for the Penguins. Or Tampa. We got a tracking systems of Sorokin for the Islanders. Young Guns for Washington of Ryan Leonard. And a Tage Thompson Cup Quest for the Buffalo Sabres. We got a Sizzle Real Sparkle Makar for the Avs. A Colton Canvas for the Avs. And a Portraits of Quinn Hughes for Vancouver. Encore of Reinhardt for Florida. Compadres for the Maple Leafs. And a Young Guns of Wood for the Preds. We've got a Outburst Silver of Lyubushkin for Dallas. Ilya Lyubushkin. We got a Sizzle of Lehkonen for the Avalanche. And a goal-oriented of Kaprizov for Minnesota. We got a canvas of Stamkos for Nashville. Young Guns of Ford for the Winnipeg Jets. Compositions of David Pastrnak for Boston. Lupul Island, yeah. Encore of Malkin for the Penguins. Portrait Sparkle of Olmark for Ottawa. And a Kachuk Sizzle Reel for Florida. Sizzle, sizzle. That's the good stuff.
Rip that right off.
All right, compositions of Jack Hughes for the Devils, Suzuki Montreal, Ovechkin Sparkle for the Caps, Forsberg Preds, Hudson Montreal, Kyle Connor for the Jets, Thomas for the Blues, Monahan Sparkle for the Jackets, Gensel for the Tampa Bay Lightning, Makar for the Avs, Kachuk for the Panthers, Carlson for the Penguins, Beniers for Seattle, Crosby Penguins, Darlene Buffalo, Bedard Chicago, Matthews Leafs, Robertson for Dallas. Encores of Bratt for the Devils, Aho Carolina, Kyrou for the Blues, Demko Vancouver, Draisaitl Oilers, Barbashev for Vegas, Perfetti for the Jets, Hyman Oilers, Olmark Sens, Hedman Tampa, Dvorsky for the Blues, Kemmel for the Preds, Heiskanen for Dallas, Raymond Red Wings, Dunn for Seattle, Celebrini for the Sharks, Gauthier for the Anaheim Ducks, Batherson for Ottawa, Faber for Minnesota, Heischer for the Devils, Hughes for Canucks, Gustafson Minnesota, Urson Philly, Byfield LA, Sorokin Islanders, Marchesso Nashville, Snuggerud for the Blues, Blues of Riley for the Leafs, and Blackwood for the Avalanche. Compadres, Washington, Nashville, New Jersey, Carolina, Sparkle Rangers, Winnipeg, Avalanche, Vegas, Montreal. Goal-oriented, Kucherov, I'll say the names, Caulfield, Nylander, Point, Marchenko, Stamkos, Ovechkin, McDavid, Crosby, McKinnon, Sparkle, Pedersen, and Draisaitl. Bustles of Evander Kane, Marchesso, Tuck, Bertuzzi, Tippett, Boldy, Hudson, Sider, Holloway, Jarvis, Bratt, Sparkle Stankoven, Sparkle Gensel. Tracking systems of Joseph Wool, Sparkle Demko, Shesterkin, Hellebuck, Montembeau, Decord, Binnington, Skinner, Talbot, Wolf, Grubauer, Askarov, Thompson, Sparkle Sorokin, Kochetkov, Olmark, Merzlikins, Gustafson, Lindgren, Markstrom Vasilevsky, Sparkle Bobrovsky, and a red for the Red Wings of Cam Talbot. We've got a portrait. Zuccarello, Dvorsky, Ovechkin, Werenski, Oslin, Thomas, or Thompson, Clark, Johnston, Line, Malkin, Wood, Hamilton, Hagel, Holloway, Levshunov, Perreault, Fox, Jarvis, Austin Matthews. Sizzle reels of Crosby, Tippett, Reinhart, Pasternak, Kachuk, Markstrom, McKinnon, Quinn Hughes, Fowler, Kadri, Perfetti, McTavish, Bobrovsky, Matthews, Marshment, Evangelista, Leo Carlson, Joshua, and a Sparkle Ovechkin. Cup Quest, DeBrincat, Kaprizov, McCann, Kreider, Hellebuck, Kempe, Demko, Nietzsche, Robertson, Meyer, Yossi, Eklund, Marner, and a Sparkle Eklund. All right, Dazzlers of Lafreniere, Draisaitl, Kaprizov, Werenski, Fox, Hudson, Ryan Leonard, pink of Reinhart, and a pink of Owen Tippett. Canvas of Shesterkin, Huberdeau, Kucherov, Smith, Voronkov, Raymond, Barkov, Makar, Barzal, Perfetti, Slavin, Dylan Cousins, Tippett, Kemper, Zellweger, Doughty, Keandre Miller, Duclair, Demko, Couturier, Petrangelo, Harley, Verhaeghe, Holloway, black and white variants, Sean Couturier for Philly, and a Demko for Vancouver. All right. Compositions of Keller Sparkle, Utah. These are all Young Guns. Okay, so we'll do the Young Guns now. For Tampa of Finley, Moore for Anaheim, Oslin for Buffalo. We've got a Renzel, Young Guns for Chicago. We got a Dorwart for Philly. A Gotcher, Young Guns for Philly. Perreault for the Rangers. Frank for the Capitals. Pettersson, not number 40 Pettersson, for Vancouver. Shine for the Red Wings. Robidas for Carolina. Gotcher for Philly. Osman for the Seattle Kraken. Nyman for Seattle. Perreault for the Rangers. Coco for Seattle. Is it really Coco? Duran for Boston. Wash for Anaheim. Callahan for Boston. Coco for Seattle. Morton for Calgary. Moore for Chicago. Snuggerud for the Blues. Duran for Boston. Kirby Doc for Chicago. Perek for Calgary. Skarek for the Islanders. Wash for Anaheim. Moore for Anaheim. Ford for Winnipeg. Sillinger for the Jackets. Lund for the Sharks. Koivunen for the Penguins. Snuggerud for the Blues. Weisblatt for Nashville. Robertson for the Rangers. Robidas for Carolina. Doc for Chicago. Tolopilo for Vancouver. Dvorsky for the Blues. Pettersson for Vancouver. Brindamore for Carolina. He failed on the two Demidovs. Young Guns canvas of Renzel for Chicago. We got a Young Guns canvas of Coco for Seattle. We got a Young Guns canvas of Melanson for Seattle. Holy Seattle. We got a canvas checklist of Dvorsky and Perek, so that'll be a rando between the Blues and Calgary. We got a black and white canvas variant, Young Guns canvas variant of Kemmel for the Preds. Black and white. Outburst silver of Michelli for Utah. Outburst silver of Bobby Brink for Philly. Outburst silver of McNabb for Vegas. Outburst silver for Pittsburgh of Lizotte. Outburst silver, Austin Matthews for the Leafs. We got a silver of Fowler for Buffalo. We got number to 100 exclusives of Braden Point for Tampa. We got a clear-cut base of Sherwood for Vancouver. We've got a clear-cut of Werenski for the Blue Jackets. We got a Young Guns Outburst Silver Patterson for Vancouver. Patterson. Ooh, a Young Guns Outburst Red, number to 25, Nyman for Seattle. Nyman. Seattle. Population count 25, Lev Shunov for Chicago. Man, we're killing this case. Population count 25. And we've got a deluxe Young Guns number to 250 Dvorsky. St. Louis Blues. All right, I got the left and the right to do, so give me 1 second. Three times, here we go. 1, 2, 3. The left side, get them all. Well, I'd say that was a pretty damn good case. Nice stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that was a pretty sweet, pretty nice case. And a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, you could take any spot in the team select and still be part of the bounty program that we have going on. So let's close those up and get those going. I'm going to get number 395 going now, which is the dual case. So give me 1 second. All right, best of luck in the multi-case break. Here we go. 24,395, the randoms for this bad boy. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Make sure I'm turned around here. I am good. So obviously get your teams rolling there. And then we'll get this bad boy going. I'm going to place him in there, Eric.
Sure.
I'm not going to throw him in there. If I throw him in there, that's not very good. Any idea how long Dan's going to be?
He's on the phone right now. I can give him a heads up. You can start and tag it.
Yeah. Got it? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good luck. 395. I think I posted in the thread. Did I not do that? I did. Good. And then we'll continue on, guys. So good luck to everyone. Here we go. Here we go. 24,395. We've got the multi-caser. I'm sure one of the guys are going to come here and help me soon. We'll see. Let's go Zona and Tampa. There you go. Dazzlers for Vancouver of Demko. Canvas of Kachuk for Ottawa. Portraits of Perreault for the Rangers. Yep. Encore of Urson for Philly. We got a Tracking Systems of Gustafson for Minnesota. Sebrango Young Guns for Ottawa. Canvas of Barkov for Florida. Young Guns of Duran for Boston. Goal-oriented of Crosby for the Penguins. Young Guns Canvas Black and White variant. Sebrango for Ottawa. Encore of Hughes for Vancouver. Compadres for Colorado. Encore of Gustafson for Minnesota. A Bustle of Holloway for the Blues. Coco for Seattle Young Guns. I think it's Coco. K-O-K-K-O. We got an Outburst Silver for Anaheim of Gibson. Anaheim's still available, I believe, in the other one. It's kind of funny. Sizzle of Evangelista for the Preds. And a Cup Quest for Nashville of Roman Josi. We've got a canvas of Voronkov for the Jackets, a Moore Young Guns for Chicago, and a Holloway portrait for the Blues. We got a sizzle of Marshman for Dallas, Snuggerud for the Blues, Young Guns, and a portrait of Lev Shunov for Chicago. We got a sparkle tracking of Skinner for the Oilers, Raymond for the Red Wings canvas. Compositions for Buffalo of Dahlin. We got an encore of Heischer for the Devils. Forsberg composition sparkle for the Preds. and a Mers Lickens for the Blue Jackets tracking systems. We got a Bustle for the Red Wings of Sider, Young Guns for Calgary of Morton, and a Panarin goal-oriented for the Rangers. Derek, come on, man. You should know the answers to that one, Derek. Dazzlers for Minnesota of Gustafsson, Canvas of Duclair for the Islanders, and a Larkin compositions for the Red Wings. I believe in Derek. Any guesses, Derek? We've got a Dazzlers for Ottawa of Stutzel, Canvas for the Rangers Shesterkin, goal-oriented for the Panthers of Sam Reinhart. Encore of Ostlund for Buffalo, Compadres for Tampa Bay, and we got a Young Guns of Elias Pettersson for Vancouver. Wow, thanks for being late. We've got a goal-oriented gold, number /25 for the Red Wings of Raymond, Sizzle of Luke Hughes for the Devils, and a Portraits for the Oilers of Draisaitl. Canvas for Buffalo of Holloway, or Blue, sorry, Holloway. We got a Young Guns for Washington of Frank, and a Compositions for the Islanders of Barzal. We've got a Tracking Systems of Markstrom for the Devils, Sparkle. Verhaeghe for the Panthers, Canvas. Portraits for Vancouver of Quinn Hughes. We got a black and white canvas for Nashville of Stamkos. Encore for the Blues of Thomas. And an Ovechkin sizzle for Washington. No, you don't. Utah, man. Utah. Tracking Systems of Dostal for the Ducks, Young Guns for the Rangers, Perreault, and a Cup Quest for the Buffalo Sabres of Tage Thompson. We got an Encore of Reinhart for Florida. We got a Gensel for Tampa, Bustle. Young Guns for the Winnipeg Jets of Ford. We've got a Young Guns Outburst Silver for the Red Wings of Mazur. Red Wings Young Guns Outburst Silver. Tracking System Sorokin for the Islanders, and a goal-oriented for Minnesota of Kaprizov. We've got a Canvas of Harley for Dallas. Young Guns for Seattle of Osman. And a Compositions for Boston of David Pasternak. We've got an Encore of Malkin for the Penguins. Cup Quest Sparkle of Kreider for the Rangers. Compadres for the Maple Leafs of Matthews. Sizzle of Lehkonen for Colorado. Young Guns of Moore for the Anaheim Ducks. Cup Quest Kaprizov for Minnesota. Kaprizov. We've got a Dazzlers for Calgary of Wolf. We got a Canvas of Sanheim for Philly. And a Wyatt Johnston Portraits for Dallas. We've got an Encore of Camel for Nashville. Sizzle of Fowler for the Blues. And a Camel Young Guns for Nashville. We've got a Population Count 500 for Buffalo of Norris. Sizzle of Kadri for Calgary. Goal-oriented of Marchenko for the Jackets. We got a Compadres Sparkle for Vegas. Eichel Canvas for Vegas. Brent Clark Portraits for LA. Canvas Young Guns for the Oilers of Rodrigue. Young Guns of Suzuki for Carolina. And a Robert Thomas composition for the Blues. Encore Hedman for Tampa. Tracking Systems Binnington for the Blues. And a Koivunen for the Penguins, the Young Guns. Utah got 0. No, Utah definitely has more than 0. Canvas black and white variant for San Jose of Will Smith. Encore for the Blues of Dvorsky. And a tracking system of Skinner for the Oilers. We got a Bustle of Bertuzzi for the Hawks. Cup Quest for the Jets of Hellebuck. And a Young Guns for Chicago of Lev Shunov. We've got for the Devils, Outburst Silver of Heeshear. We've got a Compadres for the Devils. Compositions of Kyle Connor for the Jets. We've got a canvas of Marchenko for the Jackets. We got a Young Guns of Weissblatt for Nashville. And a goal-oriented of Braden Point for Tampa. We've got an encore of Olmark for Ottawa. We got a Lane Hudson composition sparkle for the Montreal Canadiens. Quinn Hughes, Sizzle Reel, Vancouver. Sizzle of McKinnon for the Avalanche. We got a Gatcombe for the Islanders Young Guns. And a Morrissey Portraits for the Winnipeg Jets. Yeah, the Mammoth have all the Keller stuff. I know for sure they have Keller stuff. We've got quite a few Mammoth in the first case. We've got an encore for the Jets of Morrissey. Sizzle of Bouchard for the Oilers. Callahan, Young Guns for Boston. We've got a exclusives for the Avalanche of McKinnon. McKinnon to 100 for the Avs. Bustle of Knives for the Maple Leafs. And a Cup Quest of Kyle Connor for the Jets. Young Guns Canvas for the Penguins of Koivunen. Young Guns of Lund for San Jose. Portraits of Sider for the Red Wings. You're not sure? Well, I literally opened some Mammoth in the first case, so. We got a Tanev for the Maple Leafs. Clear cut. Encore for Ottawa of Stutzel, and a tracking systems of Ottinger for Dallas. We've got a Sizzle McCann for the Kraken. Mazur Young Guns for the Red Wings. Compositions of Rossi for Minnesota. Encore of Carlson for Pittsburgh. Bustle of Kadri for Calgary. Checklist, Lev Shunov and Demidov. So that will be one of the randoms unless we get 2. We've got an Outburst Silver checklist of Demidov and Lev Shunov. So that'll be a fun random. We got a Sizzle of Luukkonen for Buffalo and a Bedard Portraits for Chicago. We've got a Bustle Sparkle for Chicago Bertuzzi. Canvas of K'Andre Miller for the Rangers. And a Brady Tkachuk goal-oriented for Ottawa. We've got a canvas for LA of Doughty. We got a Young Guns for the Red Wings of Shine. Compositions of McDavid for the Oilers. We've got a Bustle of Carlson for Anaheim. Perek Young Guns for Calgary. Cup Quest for the Rangers of Kreider. We've got a Dazzlers of Crosby for the Penguins. Zellweger for Anaheim Canvas. And a portrait for Buffalo of Oslin. We got an encore of Hyman for the Oilers. Sizzle of Kachuk for Ottawa. And a Hudson Young Guns for the Oilers. All right. We've got an encore of Carlson for Vegas. A portrait of Dougie Hamilton for the Devils. Sizzle of Makar for the Avs. We've got, ooh, that's cool, a Swagnificent for the San Jose Sharks of Celebrini. Swagnificent. Celebrini. We've got a Talbot tracking systems for the Red Wings and a compositions of Gensel for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Encore of Carlson for Washington, compadres of the Rangers, and a Coco Young Guns for Seattle. We got a Young Guns canvas for the Red Wings of Mazur. Young Guns for Anaheim of Wash. Goal-oriented of Stammer for Nashville. Encore Blue for the Jets of Scheifele. Encore of Wyatt Johnston for Dallas. And a Bustle for Philadelphia of Owen Tippett. We got a tracking systems of Kemper for LA. Duran for Boston Young Guns. Portraits for Calgary of Kadri. We've got an Outburst Silver for the LA Kings of Kemper. We've got a Sizzle of McDavid for the Oilers. And a Cup Quest of Bedard for Chicago. We've got a canvas of Jack Hughes for the Devils. Perot Young Guns for the Rangers. And an Eklund for the Sharks portraits. We've got a Sizzle Sparkle of McKinnon for the Avs. Canvas of Crosby for the Penguins. And a compositions of Toffoli for the Sharks. We got a tracking systems of Demko for Vancouver. We got a Nyman for Seattle Young Guns. And a goal-oriented of Matthews for the Leafs. Dazzlers of Neighbors for the Blues. Canvas of Bedard for Chicago. Compositions of Kopitar for LA. We'll get you some Mammoth, Derek. Don't you worry. Some Mammoth. Encore of Jenner for the Jackets. We got a Bustle Stankoven for Carolina. And a Young Guns for Seattle of Osman. Gonna get you some Mammoth. We've got a population count 500 of Rust for Pittsburgh. Tracking systems of Joy Decord for Seattle. Goal-oriented of Willie Nylander for the Maple Leafs. McAvoy for Boston Canvas. Frank Young Guns for the Capitals. And a Lane Hudson compositions for Montreal. Encore Blue of Jenner for the Jackets. Perfetti for the Jets Encore. And a Bustle of Alex Tuck for Buffalo. We've got a tracking systems of Montembeault for Montreal. Young Guns for Carolina of Suzuki. And a Cup Quest for Seattle of McCann. We got a Outburst Silver for Minnesota, Foligno. Outburst Silver. Sizzle of Pasternak for the Boston Bruins. And a Compositions of Forsberg for the Preds. We got a canvas of Stankoven for Carolina. Ryan Leonard, Young Guns for the Caps. Goal-oriented of Caulfield for Montreal. We got a tracking system, Sparkle of Binnington for the Blues. Canvas of Hagel for Tampa. And a Werenski Portraits for the Blue Jackets. Encore for the Oilers, Draisaitl. Portraits, Sparkle of Hagel for Tampa. And a Sizzle of Reinhart for Florida. Encore of Barbashev for Vegas. Compadres for Nashville. And a Rodriguez for the Oilers, Young Guns. Tracking systems of Olmark for Ottawa. Young Guns of Wood for Nashville. And a Portraits for Tampa Bay of Hagel. Dazzlers of Brant Clark for LA. Canvas for the Oilers of Hopkins. And a Beniers Compositions for Seattle. Seattle Encore Beniers. Sherwood Bustle for Vancouver. And a Young Guns for the Winnipeg Jets of Ford. All right. On to the back half. We've got a Dazzlers of Aho for Carolina. We got a canvas of Slavin for Carolina. And a portrait for Washington of Ovechkin. Encore of Demko for Vancouver. Sizzle of Kachuk for Florida. Young Guns for the Anaheim Ducks of Wash. We've got a number to 250 deluxe for Boston of Kostelic. Bustle of Marchesso for Nashville. And a Suzuki for Montreal Compositions. We got a Bustle Sparkle for the Devils of Bratt. Perfetti for the Jets Canvas. And a Jack Hughes Compositions for the Devils. Young Guns Canvas for Seattle of Nyman. We got a Young Guns of Skarek for the Islanders. And a goal-oriented for the Tampa Bay Lightning of Kucherov. Encore for Carolina of Aho. Sizzle of Tippett for Philly. And a Young Guns of Rinzel for the Chicago Blackhawks. We've got a clear-cut base for the Panthers of Loisterainen. Encore of Kyrou for the Blues. Shesterkin tracking system for the Rangers. Outburst Silver of Robert Thomas for the Blues. We got a Sizzle of Crosby for the Penguins. And a Cup Quest of DeBrincat for the Red Wings. We've got a Compadres for Washington. Perek, Young Guns for Calgary. And a Dvorsky for the Blues Portraits. Canvas for the Islanders of Barzal. Young Guns for Chicago of Doc. And a Zuccarello Portraits for Minnesota. We got an Encore of Bratt for the Devils. Portrait Sparkle of Ostlund for Buffalo. And we got a Joseph Wool for the Maple Leafs tracking systems. Bustle of Kane for the Oilers. Abels, Young Guns for Philly. goal-oriented of Dre-Sidle for the Oilers. Dr. Dre-Sidle. We've got a Dazzlers of Dougie Hamilton for the Devils. Canvas of Reinhart for Florida. Goal-oriented of McKinnon for the Avs. We've got a encore of Hudson for Montreal. Compadres for the Oilers. And a Melanson Young Guns for Seattle. We've got a Dazzlers pink variant of Hamilton for the Devils. Sizzlers of Marchenko for the Jackets. And a portrait of Tage Thompson for Buffalo. Sparkle Sizzle of Kadri for Calgary. Joseph Wool canvas for the Maple Leafs. And a portrait of Matthews for the Maple Leafs. Canvas Young Guns for the Rangers of Robertson. Young Guns of Quillen for the Maple Leafs. And a compositions of Stutzel for Ottawa. Encore Kempe for LA. Bustle of Reinhart for Florida. And we got a Tolopilo Young Guns for Vancouver. Tolopilo. We've got for Calgary Pospisil. Outburst Silver. We got Florida Panthers, Compadres, and a goal-oriented for New Jersey of Jesper Bratt. We got a canvas of Zari for Calgary. We got a Sillinger, Young Guns for the Jackets, and an Ovechkin compositions for the Capitals. Encore blue variant of Carlson for Vegas. Keller for the Mammoth. Encore. And a sizzle of Aho for Carolina. We got a tracking systems of Blackwood for the Avalanche. Young Guns, Demidov. Morial with a Demidov already now. Cup Quest for the Oilers of Hopkins. We've got an encore of Troy Terry for the Ducks. Blue Jackets portraits of Werenski Sparkle. And a Matthew Nyes Sizzle for the Maple Leafs. Sizzle of Wyatt Johnson for Dallas. We got a Duke Young Guns for Tampa. And a Cup Quest of Eklund for San Jose Sharks. And again, ladies and gentlemen, let's join all the breaks that we can. 5 left, and it looks like 8 left in those ones. Easily can get them going. We've got a Dazzlers of Kempe for LA, a canvas of Makar for the Avs, and a compositions of Robertson for Dallas. We got an encore of Snuggerud for the Blues, tracking systems of Vasilevsky for Tampa, and a Hudson Young Guns for the Oilers. We've got a number to 250 Lafferty for Buffalo. Deluxe. We got a Compadres for Montreal and a Cup Quest for the Maple Leafs, Mitch Marner. We've got a Sparkle tracking of Lindgren for Washington, canvas for the Red Wings of Larkin, and a Patterson for Vancouver, goal-oriented. Canvas of Patterson for Vancouver, Finley Young Guns for Tampa, and a portrait of Jarvis for Carolina. Encore for Nashville of Marchesso, tracking systems of Markstrom for the Devils, and for the Calgary Flames Young Guns of Currens. Encore blue of Carlson for Washington. Sorokin for the Islanders encore. And a sizzle of Dakota Joshua for Vancouver. Sizzle of Leo Carlson for Anaheim. Ryan Leonard for Washington Young Guns. And a compositions of Austin Matthews for the Maple Leafs. Outburst silver Nazar for Chicago. We got a bustle of Bratt for the Devils and a portrait for the Rangers of Adam Fox. We got a canvas of Nason for the Devils. We got a Young Guns of Rodriguez for the Oilers and a compositions for the Hawks of Bedard. Encore of Byfield for LA. Nylander goal-oriented sparkle for the Leafs. And a Lindgren for Washington tracking system. Compadres for Vegas. Young Guns of Wood for Nashville. And a Cup Quest for LA Kempe. All right. We start off with a Young Guns clear cut for the Islanders. Gatcomb. Young Guns clear cut Gatcomb. Encore for the Sharks of Eklund and a sizzle of Kent Johnson for the Jackets. We got a Bustle red variant numbered to 199 for Minnesota of Boldy. Sizzle of Draisaitl for the Oilers, and a portraits for Nashville, Marchessault. Canvas of Nylander for the Leafs, Brind'Amour Young Guns for Carolina, and a Celebrini for the Sharks, compositions. Outburst silver for the Carolina Hurricanes, Jordan Staal. We got a tracking systems for Calgary of Wolf, and a goal-oriented of Ovechkin for the Caps. We've got a tracking systems of Grubauer, Seattle. Young Guns of Pedersen for Vancouver. Cup Quest of Nietzsche for the Avalanche. Seattle Canvas of Montour. Young Guns of Dvorsky for the Blues. And a compositions Makar for the Avs. Sizzle Sparkle of Hughes for Vancouver. Canvas of Neighbors for the Blues. And a portrait of Malkin for the Penguins. Encore Bedard for Chicago. Cup Quest Sparkle for the Devils of Meyer. And a Compadres of Aho for Carolina. Well, I guess Carolina team. Encore Werenski for the Jackets. We got a Bustle of Boldy for Minnesota. And a Young Guns for Chicago of Doc. Sizzle of McTavish for the Ducks. Tolopilo for Vancouver Young Guns. And for Vancouver, Demko Cup Quest. Dazzlers of Lev Shuna for Chicago. Merzlikins for the Blue Jackets Canvas. And a Laine portraits for Morial. Encore for the Rangers of Miller. Sizzle of Perfetti for the Jets. And a Robidas Carolina Young Guns. Robidas.
Good. Good.
We've got a Young Guns Deluxe for the Islanders, Gatcomb. Holy moly. Gatcomb, clear cut and a deluxe. We've got for Carolina Tracking Systems, Kochetkov, and a Cup Quest, Timo Meier for the Devils. Canvas Young Guns for Buffalo of Oslin. Young Guns for Philly of Gotcher. And a portrait for the Devils of Dougie Hamilton. Black and white variant canvas of Kucherov for Tampa. Encore for Minnesota Faber. And a Compadres for the Winnipeg Jets. Outburst Silver for the Devils of Markstrom. We got a Tracking Systems of Thompson for Washington. And a Cup Quest of Robertson for Dallas. We got a canvas of Sherwood for Vancouver. Oslin Young Guns for Buffalo. And a portraits for Nashville of Matthew Wood. Sizzle of Matthews for the Leafs. Young Guns of Dorwart for Philadelphia. And a goal-oriented of McDavid for the Oilers. Encore of Gauthier for Anaheim. We got a Beniers Compositions Sparkle for Seattle. And a Bustle of Lane Hudson for Montreal. Compadres Sparkle for the Devils. Kako for Seattle canvas. Compositions of Carlson for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Encore of Batherson for Ottawa. Sizzle of Bobrovsky for Florida. And a Rinzel Young Guns for Chicago. We got a Tracking Systems of Askarov for the Sharks. Moore for Anaheim Young Guns. And a Compositions of Kachuk for the Panthers. Seattle, Joey Decord Dazzlers. Canvas of Comfer for the Red Wings. And a Raymond goal-oriented for the Red Wings. Encore of Thompson for Buffalo. Compadres for the Red Wings. And a Finley Young Guns for Tampa Bay. We have hit, well, I've hit a Demidov in the first case, and we hit a Demidov in the second case. I'm hoping I get two in this one. I want to get a multi-Demidov. $100 per case. Well, I've only opened two, so. Dazzlers of Geeky for Boston. Canvas of Aho for Carolina. And a Compositions of Aho for Carolina. Encore Konechny for Philly. Tracking Systems of Urson for Philly. Young Guns for Seattle of Nyman. We've got an Outburst Red, number to 25 of Varlamov for the Islanders. Islanders crushing this case. My gosh. A Bustle for Ottawa of Kachuk, and a Cup Quest Hyman for the Oilers. We got a canvas of Pietrangelo for Vegas, Dorwart for Philadelphia Young Guns, and a Panthers portrait of Matthew Kachuk. Sparkle Sizzle of Fowler for the Blues, canvas of Couturier for Philly, and a Compositions of Monahan for the Blue Jackets. We got a clear-cut base for the Boston Bruins of Beecher. A Encore of Logan Cooley for Utah. And a Swayman for the Boston Bruins Tracking Systems. Encore of DeBrincat for the Red Wings. Sizzle of Kyle Connor for the Jets. And a Cagnoni for the San Jose Sharks Young Guns. We got a Compadres for San Jose. Dvorsky Young Guns for the Blues. And we got a goal-oriented of Eichel for Vegas. You don't have to worry about the color. We got an Outburst Silver for Florida Panthers of Forsling. We got a Sizzle of Forsberg for Nashville and a Cup Quest of Carlson for the Penguins. We've got a canvas of Demko for Vancouver, Robertson for the Rangers Young Guns, and a portraits for Ottawa of Olmark. We've got an encore of Ryan Leonard for Washington, Cup Quest Sparkle for Seattle of McCann, and for Vegas, Aiden Hill, Tracking Systems. A Bustle for the Jackets of Werenski, Brenda Moore Young Guns for Carolina, and a Keller Compositions for Utah. Oh my gosh, man, hurry up.
Go ahead, take it.
Well, what are you dealing with those for?
Just organize it for you.
No, I don't need to organize.
Cleaner. Last pack mojo.
Alright, we'll do the canvases. Did you sort them by Young Gun canvases in here? Or no? Oh, okay. Canvas of Nylander, Comfer, Neighbors, Montour, McAvoy, Zellweger, Hagel, Stankoven, Barkov, Kachuk, Raymond, Voronkov, Ovechkin, Lee, Thompson, Lafreniere, Kako, Sherwood, Hopkins, Doughty, Duclair, Keandre Miller, Ferraro, Eriksson Ek, Draisaitl, no, Dostal, Barbashev, Hamilton, Gustafson, Bedard, Tanev, Norris, Yossi, Ekholm, Kyle Connor, Kaprizov, Crosby, Merzlikins, Jack Hughes, Zari, Reinhart, and Joseph Wool. We got a Cup Quest. Kaprizov, DeBrincat, Bedard, Shesterkin, Robertson, Sparkle, Shesterkin, Hopkins, Thompson, Demko, Nietzsche, Sparkle, Kaprizov, Kyle Connor, Hyman, Carlson, Kempe, Sparkle, Tage Thompson, Hellebuck, Eklund, Yossi, Marner, Meyer, McCann. We got portraits. Ovechkin, Draisaitl, Zuccarello, Dvorsky, Eklund, Kadri, Makar, Wood, Marchesso, Thompson, Matthews, Hughes, Draisaitl, Makar, Laine, Malkin, Sider, Bedard, Quinn Hughes, Morrissey, Kachuk, Olmark, Johnston, Clark, Perreault, Levshunov, Holloway, Jarvis, Fox, Hamilton, Hagel, Oslin. And the sparkles in this one were Draisaitl and Makar. Dazzlers, pink variant of Makar. Ooh, that's cool. Wow. We've got a gold for Carolina, Kochetkov. That's pretty sweet. We got a pink of Lafreniere. Regular ones of Caulfield, Dvorsky, Marchesso, Eichel, Oslin, Eklund, Letang, Demidov, Raymond, Vetrano, Ottinger, and Fox. We got goal-oriented. Kucherov, Matthews, McDavid, Raymond, McKinnon, Kaprizov Sparkle, Bratt, Reinhart Sparkle, Reinhart Regular, Kaprizov, Stamkos, Ovechkin, Kachuk, Panarin, Eichel, Marchenko, Point, Crosby, Draisaitl, Pettersson, Nylander. We got the tracking system. Sparkle, Ottinger, Regular Shesterkin, Hellebuck, Wool, Kemper, Demko, Bobrovsky, Sparkle, Merzlikins, Thompson, Askarov, Blackwood, Sparkle, Saros, Sorokin, Dostal, Grubauer, Wolf, Talbot, Ottinger, Saros, Urson, Swayman, Hill, Skinner, Binnington, Gustafson, Merzlikins, Vasilevsky, Markstrom, Lindgren, Kochetkov, Olmark, Montembeault. Composition: Suzuki, Hughes, Toffoli, Sparkle, Quinn Hughes, Kopitar, Carlson, Celebrini, Kachuk, Stutzel, Keller, Ovechkin, Hughes, Pasternak, Barzal, Makar, Gensel, Larkin, Rossi, McDavid, Monahan, Aho, Thomas, Connor, Pasternak, Darlene, Crosby, Robertson, Sparkle, Barzol, Matthews, Bedard, Hudson, Sparkle, Kopitar, and a Beniers. Matty Beniers. Let's do the Bustles. Bustle Sparkle of Kadri, Bustle Sparkle of Nyes, Carlson, and Cider. Regulars of Marchesso, Kane, Stankoven, Hudson, Reinhardt, Gensel, Boldy, Tippett, Kadri, Carlson, Nyes, Kachuk, Werenski, Bertuzzi, Jarvis, Holloway, Cider, Bratt, and Sherwood. Sizzle! Sparkles of Luukkonen and Bouchard. Crosby, Tippett, Makar, McDavid, Bobrovsky, Matthews, Johnson, Draisaitl, Marchenko, Aho. Is it a black variant or just a little darker? A little darker. Wyatt Johnson. Nyes, Ovechkin, Luke Hughes, Kachuk, Lehkonen, Perfetti, McTavish, Bouchard, Luukkonen, Sparkle of Markstrom, McCann, Kyle Connor, Forsberg, Fowler, Kadri, McKinnon, Hughes, Evangelista, Marshmont, Carlson, Sparkle McCann, Joshua, Reinhardt, Pasternak, and a Sparkle Evangelista. Encores. We got an... Oh, wait. Is that the good stuff? Never mind. I will do that after. All right. Compadres, Washington, Rangers, Tampa, Detroit, Oilers, Florida, Toronto, Carolina, San Jose, Devils, Avs, Montreal, Vegas, Winnipeg, and Nashville. I think these are the Encore. Encore Blue, Raymond, Celebrini, Caulfield, Nylander. Regulars, Bouchard, Slavkovsky, Binnington, Stone, Carlson, Johnston, Carlson. Jenner, Batherson, Faber, Gauthier, Thompson, Zibanejad, Nyes, Kucherov, Riley, Moore, Scheifele, Vetrano, Taves, Bedard, Eklund, Werenski, Miller, Rossi, Jones, Clark, Levshunov, Sveshnikov, Cider, Barkov, Saros, Vasilevsky, Sanheim, Makar, Forsberg, Blackwood, Kochetkov, Perot, Fantilli, Shesterkin, Ovechkin, Pasternak, Bobrovsky, Beniers, Barbashev, Draisaitl, Perfetti. Young Gun Canvases. That'll be a random between the Blues and Calgary. We got a Skarek for the Islanders. We got a Melanson Young Guns canvas for Seattle. We've got a Young Guns canvas of Rinzel for Chicago. We've got a Sabrango Young Guns for Ottawa. And we got for Seattle Young Guns of Coco. Seattle Young Guns canvas. All right, let's do these. Clear cut base of Zub for Ottawa. We got a clear cut of Malkin for the Penguins. We got a clear cut for Ottawa of Amadio. We've got for the Oilers, Hudson. Young Guns, clear cut, Hudson. That's pretty sweet. Population count 1,000 for Vegas of Petra Angelo. Population count 1,000 of Raymond for the Red Wings. Population count 1,000 of Norris for Buffalo. We've got a Young Guns Outburst Silver of Currens for Calgary. Did I say, yeah, did I say 100? Or 1,000? Young Guns Outburst Silver of Sabrango for Ottawa. So far, this guy seems to be the #1 guy that we pull. Another Young Guns Outburst Silver of Morton for Calgary. Outburst Silvers of Pesci for the Devils. We got a Chatfield for Carolina. We got a Talbot for the Red Wings. We've got for the Blue Jackets of Kent Johnson. We've got a Panarin for the Rangers. We've got an Engvall for the Islanders. We've got an Ekholm for the Oilers. For the Oilers, Stuart Skinner. And we got for Carolina, Seth Jarvis. All right, let's do the Young Guns. It'll be easy to do it. All right. Well, nice start on the top. Demidov, obviously. We've got a Killian for the Maple Leafs. Seattle Melanson, Young Guns. Duke, Young Guns for Tampa. Dolapilo for Vancouver. Sillinger for the Blue Jackets. Lev Shunov for Chicago. Suzuki for Carolina. Kemmel for Nashville. Koivunen for Pittsburgh. Gatcomb for the Islanders. Weissblatt for Nashville. Perek for Calgary. Skarek for the Islanders. Wash for Anaheim. Rinzel for Chicago. Abels for Philly. Doc for Chicago. Dorwart for Philly. Ford for Winnipeg. Gotcher for Philly. Moore for Anaheim. Rinzel for Chicago. Oslin for Buffalo. Nyman for Seattle. Dvorsky for the Blues. Cagnoni for the Sharks. Brindamore for Carolina. Dorwart for Philly. Robertson for the Rangers. Currens for Calgary. Hudson for the Oilers. Leonard for Washington. Wood for Nashville. Finley for Tampa. Rodriguez for Oilers. Coco for Seattle. Robidoux for Carolina. Wash for Anaheim. Duran for Boston. Nyman for Seattle. Perreault for the Rangers. Rodriguez for the Oilers. Frank for the Caps. Suzuki for Carolina. Shine for the Red Wings. Wood for the Preds. Leonard for the Caps. Callahan for Boston. Mazur for the Red Wings. Lund for San Jose. We got a rando of the Demidov Lev Shunov. Hudson for the Oilers. Perek for Calgary. Finley for Tampa. Doc for Chicago. Brindamore for Carolina. Pettersson for Vancouver. Tolopilo for Vancouver. Dvorsky for the Blues. Sabrango for Ottawa. Moore for Chicago. Snuggerud for the Blues. Morton for Calgary. Coco for Seattle. Duran for Boston. Moore for Anaheim. Osman for Seattle. Perreault for the Rangers. Frank for Washington. Ford for Winnipeg. Pettersson, Vancouver. So only one Demidov again. So it's 3 cases, only 3 Demidovs. All right, now we got an encore number to 50 for the Blues of Dvorsky. We got number to 250, Taves for the Avalanche. Devon Taves. We got for the Blues, Falk Deluxe number to 250. We've got a black and white canvas of Hopkins for the Oilers. We've got a black and white canvas of Stan Coven for the Canes. We got a black and white canvas of Hagel for Tampa. We've got a black and white canvas Young Guns of Brindamore for Carolina. We've got a exclusives to 100 of Tom Wilson for Washington. Swagnificent Olmark for Ottawa. Sizzle number to 19. Is it numbered? Those aren't numbered. I thought they were. Oh, they are. Sorry, 199 Sizzle Makar for the Avs. And we've got for the Maple Leafs, number to 199, Cup Quest, Mitch Mana. All right, let me do the left and the right. How many of the... Oh, let's see. So that only applies to the Outburst Silver Demidov and the Canvas. So 3 times. Good luck. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. The left are going to get them. So that's the Blues in Montreal. All right. Okay, dokie. All right, so let's get the next one going. 390. Okay, dokie. A minute. What? Were you talking to me? Oh. 24,390. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And there we go.
I think so.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's work on getting the other one going, or other ones going. I don't know how close they are, but we can get those done right after these. Obviously, with the checklist, it's 1 and 1.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's probably good.
All right. So. We can easily get the other ones going, ladies and gentlemen. Why not rock them out? They're so close.
Are you doing this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Usually ask the address, so I was like,
Oh, I recognize you now.
All right. So, as stated, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this one going.
I don't know.
That one is very, very close. And literally all the teams are decent value teams. Vegas is good. Columbus, LA, Carolina, and Tampa. Solid teams overall. But I think this one's good to go. Yeah, I think I did all. So let's keep it going. And then we have the team randoms also very close. So you guys can easily get 2 or 3 more of these going very, very quickly. All right, good luck, guys. Here we go. Here we go, 24,390. We've got another case of Series 1. Down out.
Come on, muscles.
Alright. I should have emptied out the garbage. That's okay, I'll do it next time. Good lucks to everybody. All right, we got a Compadres for Vegas. We got a wash for Anaheim Young Guns and a Cup Quest for the Maple Leafs of Marner. We got a Dazzlers of Lafreniere for the Rangers, Marchenko for the Jackets Canvas, and a Portraits for Carolina of Jarvis. Encore of Nashville Camels, Sizzle of Fowler for the Blues, and a Young Guns of Duran for Boston. Population count 1,000. Demidov for Montreal. Demidov. Population count 1,000. Sizzle of Kadri for Calgary and a compositions of Matthews for the Leafs. Well, Montreal's already happy. Canvas of Aho for Carolina. Coco for Seattle Young Guns. Goal-oriented of Pettersson for Vancouver. We've got a Bustle of Bertuzzi for the Hawks. Perreault for the Rangers Young Guns. And a Portraits of Fox for the Rangers. We've got a Bustle Sparkle of Stankoven for Carolina. Pietrangelo Canvas for Vegas. Compositions of Bedard for Chicago. Encore Blue of Batherson for Ottawa. Dvorsky for the Blues Encore. And a Stuart Skinner. Tracking systems for the Oilers. Encore of Hedman for Tampa. Tracking systems of Binnington for the Blues. Young Guns for Seattle of Nyman. We've got an Outburst Silver for the Chicago Blackhawks of Dickinson. Compadres for the Devils. And a Cup Quest of Kempe for LA. Encore of Olmark for Ottawa. Tage Thompson Portrait Sparkle for the Buffalo Sabres. And a Quinn Sizzle for Vancouver. Sizzle of McKinnon for the Avs. The Young Guns of Cairns for Calgary. Goal-oriented for the Blue Jackets of Marchenko. So again, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the other ones going. We can hop right into the other ones. The random is around the 10 area, and the team selects are also very, very close. So let's keep it going. We've got an Encore of Seattle Buccaneers. Tracking of Olmark for Ottawa. Ostman for Seattle Young Guns. We've got, ooh, that's a first. Hollow Types. Gensel for Tampa. That is the first hollow type we have. Gensel. We've got a Bustle of Sherwood for Vancouver. And a Cup Quest McCann for Seattle. Canvas Comfort for the Red Wings. Moore for Anaheim Young Guns. And a Werenski for the Blue Jackets Portraits. We got a Dazzlers of Kyle Connor for the Jets. A Canvas of Sherwood for Vancouver. And a Lane Hudson compositions for Montreal. Tracking system, Sorokin Sparkle for the Islanders. Canvas for the Maple Leafs of Nylander. And a Caulfield goal-oriented for the Montreal Canadiens. Encore for Buffalo of Tage Thompson, blue. Faber for Minnesota Encore. And we got a Kochetkov for Carolina Tracking Systems. Encore of Batherson for Ottawa. Sizzle of Matthews for the Maple Leafs. And we got a Young Guns of Skarek for the Islanders. We've got a Compadres for Winnipeg, a Wash Young Guns for Anaheim, and a Forsberg Compositions for Nashville. We've got an Outburst Silver Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Sizzle of Bobrovsky for Florida, and a Portrait of Hagel for Tampa. We've got a canvas of Neighbors for the Blues, Perek Young Guns for Calgary, and a Beniers for Seattle Compositions. Encore of Gauthier for Anaheim, Cup Quest Sparkle for San Jose of Eklund, and a Logan Thompson for Washington Tracking Systems. Bustle of Hudson for Montreal, Rinzel for Chicago Young Guns, and a Cup Quest of Timo Meier for the Devils. Timo Meier. We've got a canvas for Anaheim of Zellweger, Callahan for Boston Young Guns, and a Darlene Compositions for Buffalo. We got a Young Guns canvas black and white variant of Skarek for the Islanders, Encore of Stützle for Ottawa, and an Ottinger for Dallas Tracking Systems. We got a Sizzle of McCann for Seattle, Young Guns of Melanson for Seattle, Cup Quest of Yossi for the Preds. We got a Dazzlers of Barkov for Florida, Doughty for LA Canvas, and a Crosby goal-oriented for the Penguins. We got a canvas of Hagel for Tampa, Young Guns for Buffalo of Ostlin, and a compositions of Larkin for the Red Wings. Encore, Morrissey for the Jets, Sizzle of Bouchard for the Oilers, and a Cagnoni for the San Jose Sharks Young Guns. We got an Encore of Wolf for Calgary, goal-oriented Sparkle of Bratt for the Devils, and we got a Saros for the Preds Tracking Systems. Dazzlers Pink Variant, Kempe for LA, a Bustle of Nyes for the Maple Leafs, and a Lev Shunov Portraits for Chicago. Bustle of Carlson for Anaheim, Gotcher for Philly Young Guns, Cup Quest of Kyle Connor for the Jets. We've got a Tracking System Sparkle, Dostal for the Ducks, Canvas for Boston of McAvoy, and a Holloway for the Blues Portraits. Encore for Pittsburgh of Carlson. We got a Bustle of Kadri for Calgary. And the random Young Guns, Demidov Levshunov. We've got a Outburst Silver of Mintyukov for Anaheim, Sizzle of Luukkonen for Buffalo, and a goal-oriented Panarin for the Rangers. Good. Sizzle Sparkle of Lehkonen for Colorado. Yeah. Canvas of Tanev for the Maple Leafs, and a Portrait of Kadri for the Calgary Flames. Encore of Carlson for Washington, Tracking Systems of Kemper for LA, and a Young Guns for Carolina of Suzuki. We've got a Trouba Outburst Silver for Anaheim, Compadres of the Rangers, and a Compositions of Toffoli for San Jose. We got a Dazzlers for the Rangers of Fox, Jack Hughes for the Devils Canvas, and a Cup Quest for Vancouver of Demko. Canvas of Norris for Buffalo, Lev Shunov Young Guns for Chicago, and a Cup Quest of Bedard for Chicago. Encore of Miller for the Rangers, Sizzle of McTavish for the Ducks, Rodriguez for the Oilers Young Guns. Encore of Carlson for Vegas. A sparkle composition of Crosby for the Penguins. And a sizzle of McDavid for the Oilers. We got an exclusives of Manson for the Avs. We got a sizzle of Perfetti for the Jets. And a portrait of Laine for Montreal. Sizzle of Makar for the Avs. A Young Guns of Koivunen for the Penguins. And a portrait of Eklund for San Jose. Canvas, Bedard for Chicago. A wood for Nashville Young Guns. And a compositions of Gensel for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Clear cut Young Guns of Shine for the Red Wings. Encore of Johnston for Dallas. And a Talbot tracking systems for the Red Wings. Bustle of Tippett for Philly. Camel Young Guns for the Preds. And a goal-oriented of Stamkos for Nashville. We got a Sizzle Sparkle for Washington of Ovechkin, a canvas of Duclair for the Islanders, and a compositions of Ovechkin for the Caps. Encore, Gustafsson for Minnesota, a Bustle of Holloway for the Blues, and a Young Guns for Pittsburgh of Koivunen. We've got an Outburst Silver for Chicago of Murphy. Sizzle for Nashville of Evangelista. And a Cup Quest of Eklund for San Jose. Dazzlers for the Devils of Hughes. Canvas for the Blue Jackets of Voronkov. And a Stutzel Compositions for Ottawa. We've got a canvas of K'Andre Miller for the Rangers, a Young Guns for the Blue Jackets of Sillinger, and a portrait of Perreault for the Rangers. Encore for Philly of Urson. We got a tracking systems of Gustafsson for Minnesota. Weisblatt for the Nashville Predators Young Guns. We got a New Jersey Devils, Heischer Encore. Portraits, Sparkle of Matthews for the Leafs, and a Merzlikins for the Jackets tracking systems. Dazzlers pink variant for Carolina of Aho, a Bustle of Jarvis for Carolina, Cup Quest for the Oilers of Hopkins. We got a Bustle for the Red Wings of Cider, a Young Guns of Duke for Tampa, and a Compositions of Crosby for the Penguins. Young Guns Canvas for Carolina of Brandon Moore. We got a Lund for San Jose Sharks Young Guns, and a portrait of Matthews for the Maple Leafs. Encore, blue of Gauthier for Anaheim. Quinn Hughes for Vancouver Encore. Compadres for the Avalanche. And we got a sizzle of Marshman for Dallas. Snuggerud for the Blues Young Guns. Goal-oriented of Jesper Bratt for the Devils. The Devils. We got a canvas Young Guns for Anaheim of Moore. Young Guns of Sabrango for Ottawa. And a portrait of Brent Clark for LA. We got a Compadres Sparkle for Tampa. Canvas of Reinhardt for Florida. Goal-oriented of Braden Point for Tampa. We got a black and white canvas for Montreal of Laine. Encore of Cooley for Utah. And a Swayman for Boston Tracking System. We got a Compadres for San Jose. Young Guns, Demidov. Montreal, Demidov. Compositions of Kyle Connor for the Jets. Dazzlers for Washington of Leonard. Canvas of Demko for Vancouver. And a Robert Thomas for the Blues compositions. Encore to Brinkat for the Red Wings. A Sizzle of Forsberg for the Preds. And a Skarek for the Islanders Young Guns. We got an Encore of Konechny for Philly. Tracking Systems of Urson for Philly. And a Young Guns for Calgary of Morton. We've got a deluxe number to 250 for LA of Kemper. A Bustle of Kachuk for Ottawa. And a Cup Quest Hellebuck for the Jets. We got an Outburst Silver for the Avalanche of Kyle Connor. Or sorry, Logan O'Connor. We got a Sizzle of Kyle Connor for the Jets. There we go. And a Morrissey for the Jets Portraits. Canvas for the Maple Leafs of Joseph Wool. Getcomb Young Guns for the Islanders. And an Aho Compositions for the Carolina Hurricanes. Encore of Leonard for Washington. Composition Sparkle of Stutzel for Ottawa. And an Aiden Hill Tracking Systems for the Vegas Golden Knights. Bustle Werenski for the Jackets. Abels for Philadelphia Young Guns. Cup Quest Hyman Oilers. All right. Thanks, Danielle. All right, so let's rock it out with the canvases again. Yossi, Hamilton, Barbashev, Zari, Kachuk, Barkov, Raymond, Nason, Sanheim, Eichel, Stankoven, Hopkins, Kako, Montour, Crosby, Merzlikins, Harley, Slavin, Perfetti. Cup Quest of Shesterkin, Carlson, Sparkle Hopkins, DeBrincat, Kreider, Robertson, Nietzsche, Bedard, Sparkle, Eric Carlson. Tracking Systems of Bobrovsky, Demko, Dostal, Blackwood, Vasilevsky, Markstrom, Bobrovsky, Sparkle. Lindgren, Montembeau, Decord, Wolf, Askarov, Grubauer, Sorokin, Bobrovsky, Dostal. Dazzlers, Marchesso, Kaprizov, Makar, Hudson, Draisaitl, Werenski. Portrait of Makar, Draisaitl, Kachuk, Thompson, Olmark, Zuccarello, Dvorsky, Sider, Bedard, Oslin, Perot, Sparkle, Hamilton, Malkin, Eklund, Makar, Sparkle, Olmark. Goal-oriented, Matthews, Reinhardt, Sparkle, Crosby, Eichel, McKinnon, Kucherov, Sparkle, McKinnon, Draisaitl, Nylander, Kachuk, McDavid, Ovechkin, Reinhardt, Matthews. Encores, Blue of Eklund, Regulars of Scheifele, Jenner, Vetrano, Moore, Hudson, Keller, Kempe, Terry, Snuggerud, Sorokin, Marchesso, Byfield, Hyman, Barbashev, Perfetti, Draisaitl, Bedard, Thompson, Eklund, Werenski, Reinhardt, Zari, Blue, Faber, Thomas, Malkin, Oslin. We've got a Bustle of Stankoven, Gensel, Reinhardt, Kane, Bratt, Gensel, Sparkle, Tuck, and Boldy. Compositions, Kopitar, Barzal, Quinn Hughes, Keller, Monahan, Suzuki, Hughes, Robertson, Rossi, McDavid, Sparkle, Ovi, Makar, Carlson, Kopitar, and Quinn Hughes. We got Compadres, Tampa, Oilers, Florida, Montreal, Nashville, Carolina, Detroit, Maple Leafs, Sparkle, Tampa, and regular Maple Leafs. Sizzle, number to 199 of Kent Johnson. Ovechkin, Luke Hughes, Kachuk, Sparkle, Marchenko, Aho, Johnston, Luke Hughes, Sparkle, Nyes, Joshua, Carlson, Markstrom, Kachuk, Reinhardt, Pasternak, Johnson, Draisaitl, Sparkle, Makar, Lehkonen, Ovechkin, and Hughes. Young Guns Canvases. Patterson for Vancouver. Lund for San Jose. Cairns for Calgary. Duke for Tampa. And for San Jose, Cagnoni. All right. Swagnificent Bobrovsky for Florida. That's a pretty cool one. Bobrovsky. Looking all swagnificent. Doesn't even want to focus. That's how spicy hot this card is. We got the Outburst Silvers. Winnipeg Jets of Scheifele. We got for the Nashville Predators, McCarron. We've got a Myers for Vancouver. We've got a Young Guns Outburst Silver, Morton for Calgary. A Coronado for Calgary. And a Miro Heiskanen for Dallas. Black and white canvas for the Ottawa Senators of Sanderson. Population count 500 for the Blues of Snuggerud. That's a good one. We got a clear cut base of Hannah Finn for Vegas. We got a Lizotte for the Penguins. We've got a Kadri for Calgary. All right, Young Gun time. Nyman, Seattle. Weisblatt, Nashville. Gatcombe, Islanders. Dorwat, Philly. Cagnoni for San Jose. Dvorsky for the Blues. Kulin for the Maple Leafs. Levchunov, Chicago. Kemmel for Nashville. Muser for Detroit. Robertson, Rangers. Moore for Chicago. Doc for Chicago. Pedersen for Vancouver. Tolopilo for Vancouver. Gotcher for Philly. Dvorsky for Blues. Robidoff for Carolina. Frank for Washington. Pedersen, Vancouver. Ford for the Jets. Shine for the Red Wings. Perreault for the Rangers. Currens for Calgary. Doc for Chicago. Leonard, Washington. Hudson, Oilers. Finley, Tampa. Abels, Philly. Suzuki, Carolina. Wood for Nashville. Rodriguez for Oilers. Ford for Winnipeg. Shine for Detroit. Again, only a oneer for Demidov. Now the bigger ones we got numbered to 250 for Tampa Bay. Braden Point. For the Red Wings, Ben Chariot. Number to 100 exclusives. And we've got a Young Guns high gloss number to 10 Ian Moore. High gloss Young Guns number to 10 Ian Moore. Well, Anaheim, I think, is still available in the other break somehow. Just want to point that out. All right, now we just got to do the left and the right. And we also got a high gloss, so keep that in mind. So 3 times. 1, 2, 3. The left again. To the left, to the left. So 24,390. Wow. Oy, oy, oy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tag in the other solid breaker for the day. Hopefully. Alright. Alright. You coming in today, or like, you know? I saw you try to weasel out of the last one.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You were like, be quiet, be quiet. Terrible. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure we fill all the Series 1 and get those going. Because I bet you they're going to get a Demidov something. I feel it. For sure they're getting something. Oh. What?
One question for you. You're being very slow. Do you want me to post another 12 bucks at the end, or is it 26? Hello, friends. How are you, Floor? And how are all of you doing? Oof. All of his stuff is in different places than mine, so I need a second to get everything set up the way I like it. How are you, Mr. Golden? I love it. The girls are here to get the Demidov. I just need to start over here.
Yeah. It's crazy.
clearing out the emails. It looks like we're right about there on the next team random. I did post a 6-box team random. It still has the Demidov Chase. So we do have that one up if you guys want to grab spots in that one, because it looks like the case team random is going to be filled very shortly. And I'm hoping we can get those team selects going. Ladies and gentlemen, let's close these out. We've got 5 left in the next team random, 5 left in one of the team selects, and 8 left in another. My goodness, I'm going to need a new base box. I'll bring this break back to Eric. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. I'm all set up and ready for the next one. I'm here, Floor. We're going to turn your luck around, my friend. money. Two left in that team random, folks. Let's crush it. One left. Good for you, D. Garwood. That's awesome. All right, looks like that last spot is being picked up. But let's close out one of these team selects, ladies and gentlemen. The closest one is team select number 3. You've got Boston, Carolina, Columbus, LA, Tampa, and Vegas. LA and Vegas are both just $30 for 12 boxes of Series 1. Alright, I'm going to get the team randoms going.
Chrissy, you gotta go, buddy. Sorry. Come here.
Here we go.
You need a case?
Oh, yes, please. 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3.
Chrissy, you wanna stay in or you wanna go out? What do you want? What do you want? Okay, go.
You'll go with Gus. Need to tickle the Gus. gents, we're going to dive on in, but let's try and get one of those team selects filled up. We have just 6 left in team select number 3. Let's see if we can't close that out, but best of luck to everybody. I'm going to have a quick sip of water. And now we can begin. Starting off CNC Group Break, 24-4-10, we have got the 12-box case break of 25-26 Upper Deck Series 1. We have got a sizzle reel for Vancouver of Quinn Hughes. A Young Guns duel random between Montreal and Chicago of Ivan Demidov and Artyom Levshinov. And we've got a compositions of Robert Thomas for St. Louis. A Dazzlers for the Philadelphia Flyers of Owen Tippett, canvas of Barbashev for Vegas, and a Cup Quest for Winnipeg of Hellebuck. An Encore for Nashville of Phillips Forsberg, sizzle reel of McKinnon for Colorado, Noah Ostlund, Young Guns for Buffalo. A Tracking Systems of Jordan Binnington for St. Louis, a Portraits for Dallas of Wyatt Johnston, and a Young Guns Outburst! Oh, I coughed. Nicholas Coco for Seattle. A Tracking Systems of Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Luca Cagnoni, Young Guns for San Jose, and a Compositions for Chicago of Connor Bedard. Canvas of Dougie Hamilton for Carolina, Young Guns of Jacob Melanson for Seattle, and an goal-oriented of Kirill Marchenko for Columbus. An Encore for Colorado of Cale Makar. We have a Portraits Speckle of Matthew Wood for Nashville, and a Comrades for New Jersey of Jack Hughes and Luke Hughes. Or Compadres, not Comrades. A Compadre Speckle for San Jose of Toffoli and Celebrini. Canvas for Nashville of Yossi, and a Cup Quest for LA of Kempe. We have an Encore for Philly of Travis Sanheim, Bustle for Chicago of Bertuzzi, and a Young Guns for Boston of Michael Callahan. We have a deluxe base, numbered to 250 for Calgary of Mikhail Backlund, Jack Eichel and Mark Stone Compadres for Vegas, and a goal-oriented for Vancouver of Pettersson. Young Guns of Dylan Duke for the Tampa Bay Lightning, Portraits of Adam Fox for the Rangers, and a Young Guns canvas for the Nashville Predators of Ozzy Weissblatt. Clear cut base for Detroit of Michael Rasmussen, Encore for Tampa of Vasilevsky, and a sizzle reel of Cam Fowler for St. Louis. On to box 2. Pelicans for Columbus. Jack Finley, Young Guns for Tampa. Goal-oriented for Pittsburgh of Crosby. Dazzlers for Carolina of Kochetkov. Canvas of Draisaitl for Edmonton. Portraits of Levshinov for Chicago. Encore for Columbus of Fantilli. Butzel of Zyder for Detroit. And a Ryan Leonard, Young Guns for Washington. We have an outburst base for the San Jose Sharks of Macklin Celebrini, a Bustle for St. Louis of Dylan Holloway, and a Portraits of Gabe Perreault for the Rangers. Canvas of Joel Eriksson for Minnesota, Young Guns for Edmonton, Quinn Hudson, and a Compositions for Pittsburgh of Crosby. Encore for Carolina of Kochetkov, Portraits of Marcia So for Nashville, and a Sizzle Reel of Luke Evangelista for Nashville. Compadres for Colorado of Makar and McKinnon, Colton Dock, Young Guns for Chicago, and a Compositions of Ovechkin for Washington. Tracking System Speckle of Aiden Hill for Vegas. Canvas for San Jose of Mario Ferraro. Cup Quest for San Jose of Eklund. Encore for the Rangers of Gabe Perreault. Sizzle Reel of Mason Marshmall for Dallas. And a Rodrigo Abels, Young Guns for Philadelphia. Tracking Systems for Minnesota of Gustafson. Portraits for Toronto of Austin Matthews. And an Outburst Red, base number to 25 for Florida of E2 Louis Steranen.
What is Florida?
Florida. Canvas of Kirill Kaprizov for Minnesota. We have a Young Guns of Sam Rinzel for Chicago. And a goal-oriented for New Jersey of Jesper Bratt. Encore of Mackenzie Blackwood for Colorado. Bustle for Carolina of Seth Jarvis. And a Young Guns clear cut, Parker Ford for the Winnipeg Jets. Box 3. No. I think Eric put your sweater on the back of the door. Tracking Systems for Nashville of UC Soros. Ryan Suzuki Young Guns for Carolina. Portraits of Zyder for the Detroit Red Wings. Dazzlers for Columbus of Marchenko. Canvas for LA of Brant Clark. Compositions for Minnesota of Marco Rossi. Encore for LA of Brant Clark. Bustle for Anaheim of Leo Carlson. Artyom Levshinov, Young Guns for Chicago. Outburst base for Carolina of Jackson Blake. Bustle for Calgary of Nazem Kadri. And a Compositions of Larkin for the Red Wings. Canvas of Samuel Montembeault for Montreal. Joaquin Kamel Young Guns for Nashville. And a Cup Quest of Kyle Connor for Winnipeg. Encore for Minnesota of Marco Rossi. Macklin Celebrini Speckle Compositions for San Jose. And a Sizzle Reel of Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for Buffalo. Tracking Systems for Dallas of Ottinger. Olivier Rodrigue Young Guns for Edmonton. And a Portraits of Dylan Holloway for St. Louis. Bustle Speckle for Columbus of Wierenski. Canvas for Anaheim of Dostal. And a goal-oriented of Panarin for the Rangers. Encore for Florida of Seth Jones, sizzle reel of Jared McCann for Seattle, and a Matthew Wood Young Guns for Nashville. Sizzle reel for Edmonton, Evan Bouchard. Compositions for Buffalo of Rasmus Dahlin. And a population count 500 of Vincent Trocheck for the New York Rangers. Young Guns of Rory Cairns for Calgary. Cup Quest for Nashville of Yossi. And a Young Guns canvas for the Tampa Bay Lightning of Jack Finley. We have an Encore Blue for the Islanders of Noah Dobson, an Encore of Lev Shinov for Chicago, and a Bustle for Toronto of Matthew Knies. We have a sizzle reel of McTavish for Anaheim, Young Guns of Nikita Tolopilo for Vancouver, and a Compositions for Colorado of Makar. Dazzlers for Washington of Obi, Canvas of Brandon Hagel for Vancouver, Cup Quest for Vancouver of Thatcher Demko. JT Miller, Encore for the Rangers, sizzle reel of Cole Perfetti for Winnipeg, and a Young Guns of Justin Robidas for Carolina. Outer Space for Buffalo of Matthias Samuelsson, tracking systems of Dustin Wolf for Calgary, and a Portraits of Malkin for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Canvas for Boston of Charlie McAvoy. We have a Dalibor Dvorsky, Young Guns for St. Louis, and a goal-oriented for Washington of Ovechkin. Encore for Chicago of Bedard, Cup Quest Speckle for New Jersey of Timo Meyer, and a Compadres for Carolina of Sebastian Aho and Andrei Svechnikov. Blue Encore for Calgary of Zane Parikh. We have an Encore of William Eklund for San Jose, and a sizzle reels of Kent Johnson for Columbus. Sizzle reel speckle of Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Canvas for Anaheim of Zellweger, and a Cup Quest of Nietzsche for Colorado. Encore of Werenski for Columbus, Bustle of Matt Boldy for Minnesota, Colton Dock Young Guns for Chicago. Encore of Tage Thompson for Buffalo, Compadres for Detroit of DeBrincat and Larkin, Young Guns for Tampa of Jack Finley. Numbered to 100 exclusive base for the Islanders, Jean-Gabriel Pageau, sizzle reel of Draisaitl for Edmonton, and a Lucas Raymond goal-oriented for Detroit. Canvas of Drew Doughty for LA, Skylar Brindamore Young Guns for Carolina, and a Portraits of Marchessault for Nashville. All right. Quick water, and then we'll see what Anna's been working on. Alrighty, we have for Edmonton, Compadres of McDavid and Draisaitl, Toffoli and Celebrini for San Jose, Laine and Slavkovsky for Montreal, a red of Panarin and Lafreniere for the Rangers, Ovechkin and Tom Wilson for Washington, Speckle for New Jersey of the Hughes brothers, Hellebuck and Morrissey for Winnipeg, McDavid and Draisaitl Speckle for Edmonton, Forsberg and Yossi for Nashville, Portraits of Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Josh Morrissey for Winnipeg, Brant Clark for LA, a red for Pittsburgh of Evgeny Malkin, Seth Jarvis for Carolina, Matt Zuccarello for Minnesota, Dalibor Dvorsky for St. Louis, Alex Ovechkin for the Washington Capitals, Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Matthew Wood for Nashville, Dougie Hamilton for New Jersey, Noah Ostlund for Buffalo, Connor Bedard for Chicago, Tracking Systems for Vegas, Aiden Hill, Jeremy Swayman for Boston, Samuel Urson for Philadelphia, Charlie Lindgren for Washington, Jeremy Swayman Speckle for Boston, Jacob Markstrom for New Jersey, Andrei Vasilevsky for Tampa, Joseph Woll for Toronto, Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers, Connor Hellebuck for Winnipeg, Yaroslav Askarov for San Jose, Logan Thompson for Washington, Kochetkov for Carolina, Joey Decord for Seattle, Samuel Montembeau for Montreal, Cup Quest of Erik Karlsson for Pittsburgh, Zach Hyman for Edmonton, Speckle of J-Rob for Dallas, Mitch Marner for Toronto, Alex DeBrincat for Detroit, Kirill Kaprizov for Minnesota, Jason Robertson for Dallas, Timo Meier for New Jersey, Jared McCann for Seattle, Chris Kreider for the Rangers, and a Nietzsche's Speckle for Colorado. Canvases for Edmonton. We have Matthias Ekholm on the run. We have Lafreniere for the Rangers, Kyle Connor for Winnipeg, Black and White of Anthony Duclair for the Islanders, Tage Thompson for Buffalo, Anders Lee for the Islanders, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Philip Gustafson for the Minnesota Wild, Josh Norris for the Buffalo Sabres, Connor Bedard for the Chicago Blackhawks, Christopher Tanev for Toronto, Jack Hughes for New Jersey, Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh, Elvis Merzlikins for Columbus, Brandon Montour for Seattle, Young Guns canvas for Chicago of Colton Dach. We have K-Andre Miller for the Rangers, Dmitry Voronkov for Columbus, Anthony Duclair for the Islanders, Kevin Hayes for Pittsburgh, William Eklund for San Jose, Blake Coleman for Calgary, Black and White of K-Andre Miller for the Rangers, Jeremy Swayman for Boston. Sizzle Reels, we have Wyatt Johnston for Dallas, Matthew Nyes for Toronto, Speckle of Kyle Connor for Winnipeg, Sebastian Aho for Carolina, Kirill Marchenko for Columbus, Speckle of Forsberg for Nashville. For Winnipeg, we have Kyle Connor, Philip Forsberg for Nashville, Dakota Joshua for Vancouver, Leo Carlsson for Anaheim, Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh, Owen Tippett for Philly, Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Arturi Lehkonen for Colorado, Austin Matthews for Toronto, Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida, Sam Reinhart for Florida, David Pastrnak for Boston, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey. Encores, we have Kucherov for Tampa, Mika Zibanejad for the Rangers, Matthew Nyes for Toronto, Morgan Riley for Toronto, UC Saros for Nashville, Alexander Barkov for Florida, Andrei Svechnikov for Carolina, Moritz Seider for Detroit, Ivan Demidov, Encore Blue for the Montreal Canadiens, Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida, David Pastrnak for Boston, Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Jordan Binnington for St. Louis, Mark Stone for Vegas, Evan Bouchard for Edmonton, Juraj Slavkovsky for Montreal, a blue for New Jersey of Timo Meier, Cutter Gauthier for Anaheim, Brock Faber for Minnesota, Drake Batherson for Ottawa, Matty Beniers for Seattle, Demidov for Montreal, Zane Parikh for Calgary, Timo Meier for New Jersey, and Dylan Strome for the Caps. We have compositions for the Islanders, Matthew Barzal, Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Andrei Kopitar for LA, Tim Stützle for Ottawa, Clayton Keller for Utah, Sean Monahan for Columbus, Matthew Tkachuk Speckle for the Florida Panthers, Sebastian Aho for Carolina, Kyle Connor for Winnipeg, Austin Matthews for Toronto, Jason Robertson for Dallas, Jack Hughes for New Jersey, Speckle of Erik Karlsson for Pittsburgh, Nick Suzuki for Montreal, David Pastrnak for Boston, Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Matty Beniers Speckle for Seattle, Erik Karlsson for Pittsburgh, Matty Beniers for Seattle, Lane Hudson for Montreal, Connor McDavid for Edmonton, a few more encores, Devin Tays for Colorado, Oliver Moore for Chicago, Frank Vetrano for Anaheim, Mark Scheifele for Winnipeg. Tracking systems for the Islanders, Ilya Sorokin, Lucas Dostal for Anaheim, Samuel Urson Speckle for Philly, Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida, Mackenzie Blackwood for Colorado, Cup Quest for Buffalo, Tage Thompson, Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins for Edmonton, compadres of Matthews and Nylander for Toronto, Kucherov and Hedman for Tampa, and Tkachuk and Barkov for Florida. McDavid for Nashville. Steven Stamkos, Speckle of McDavid for Edmonton. Sam Reinhart for Florida. Lucas Raymond, Speckle for Detroit. Nathan McKinnon for Colorado. Jack Eichel for Vegas. Braden Point for Tampa. Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton. Nikita Kucherov for Tampa. Kirill Kaprizov for Minnesota. Connor McDavid for Edmonton. William Nylander for Toronto. Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa. Sizzle Reel for Colorado of Makar. McDavid for Edmonton. Ovechkin for Washington. Jack Hughes for New Jersey. Dougie Hamilton, Portrait Speckle for New Jersey. Patrick Laine, Portraits for Montreal. Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton. Cale Makar for Colorado. Linus Ullmark for Ottawa. Tage Thompson for Buffalo. Canvas for Edmonton, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Black and White of Dmitry Voronkov for Columbus. Jake Neighbors for St. Louis. William Nylander for Toronto. JT Compher for Detroit. Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver. Dazzlers for Utah, Logan Cooley. For Chicago, Connor Bedard. Martin Nietzsche for Colorado. Sam Reinhart for Florida. Pink for Buffalo of Tage Thompson. Thomas Harley for Dallas. Pink of Bowen Byram for Colorado. Jake Neighbors for St. Louis. And Bowen Byram again for Colorado. Boone Jenner for Columbus, John Carlson for Washington, William Carlson for Vegas, Wyatt Johnston for Dallas, Tracking Systems for Vancouver, Thatcher Demko for LA, Darcy Kemper for Detroit, Cam Talbot, Cup Quest for Chicago of Connor Bedard, Compadres of Panarin and Lafreniere for the Rangers, Population Count 1000 for Nashville of Philip Forsberg, Portraits of William Eklund for San Jose, Nazem Kadri for Calgary, Goal Oriented for Toronto of Matthews, Sizzle Reel Speckle for Colorado of McKinnon, Canvas of Capo Caco for Seattle, Logan Stankoven Canvas for Carolina, Dazzlers of Matthew Barzal for the New York Islanders. Compositions to Foley for San Jose, Gensel for Tampa, Bustle of Stankoven for Carolina, Owen Tippett for Philly, Jake Gensel for Tampa, Sam Reinhart for Florida, Zach Werenski for Columbus, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Jesper Bratt for New Jersey, Jonathan Marchessault for Nashville, Speckle for Ottawa of Brady Tkachuk, Lane Hudson for Montreal, Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver, and Alex Tuck for Buffalo. We have a holotypes for the Dallas Stars of Miro Heiskanen. Outburst base for Carolina, we have Shane Gostisbehere. For Colorado, we have Parker Kelly. We have Yaroslav Askarov for the San Jose Sharks. For the LA Kings, Quinton Byfield. New Jersey, Stefan Nason. Barclay Goodrow for the San Jose Sharks. Clear cut base are you numbered? Nope, it's the cards behind. Justin Falk for the Buffalo Sabres, clear cut base. Rasmus Sandin, clear cut for Washington. Number to 100, Henry Thrun, exclusives base for the San Jose Sharks. Number to 250, Brandon Duhaime, deluxe base for the Washington Capitals. And we have a base autograph for the Chicago Blackhawks, Lucas Reichel. All right, Young Guns time. We have got for Seattle, Victor Ostman. We have Yanni Nyman for Seattle. Gabe Perreault for the Rangers. Riley Duran for Boston. Nicholas Coco for Seattle. Tim Wash for Anaheim. Mark Catcomb for the Islanders. Jacob Skarek for the New York Islanders. Ivan Demidov for the Montreal Canadiens. Donovan Sabranco for Ottawa, Sam Morton for Calgary, Rory Cairns for Calgary, Zane Parikh for Calgary, Skarek for the New York Islanders, Ian Moore for Anaheim, Victor Ostman for Seattle, Tim Wash for Anaheim, Parker Ford for Winnipeg, Perreault for the New York Rangers, Ethan Frank for Washington, Dominic Shine for the Detroit Red Wings, Justin Robidas for Carolina, Elias Pettersson for Vancouver, Jacob Gaucher for the Philadelphia Flyers, Owen Sillinger for Columbus, Ville Koivunen for the Pittsburgh Penguins, Cam Lind for San Jose, Snuggerud for St. Louis, Ozzy Weisblatt for Nashville, Matthew Robertson for the Rangers, Oliver Moore for Chicago, Carter Mazur for Detroit, Artyom Levshinov for the Chicago Blackhawks, Joaquin Kamel for Nashville, Jacob Quillen for Toronto, Rodrigo Abels for Philadelphia, Ian Moore for Anaheim. We have Carson Dorwart for Philadelphia, Noah Ostlund for Buffalo, Sam Rinzel for Detroit, Jacob Kocher for Philly, Parker Ford for Winnipeg, Dalibor Dvorsky for St. Louis, Carson Dorwart for Philly, Mark Catcomb for the Islanders, Ozzy Weisblatt for Nashville, Yanni Nyman for Seattle, and Ville Koivunen for Pittsburgh. We have an outburst young gun for the Boston Bruins of Riley Duran. And one more outburst young guns, this time for the Rangers, of Gabe Perreault. And then, last but not least, we have a few Young Guns canvases. So the first is for the Carolina Hurricanes, Ryan Suzuki. Then we have for Nashville, Matthew Wood. Black and white Young Guns canvas for San Jose of Cam Lund. And Zane Parikh for Calgary. All right, folks, I have one random to do for the dual Young Guns. So I'll do a quick left-right random for that. All right, 3 times. 1, 2, 3. The right side's got it, which is Chicago. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 24410, 24410. So I didn't get the bounty, but I think that was a pretty good case. So I feel like you guys got to give me another chance here. So what do we think? Who wants to grab some of these team select spots, folks? We got 6 left in team select number 3. Boston, Carolina, Columbus, LA, Tampa, and Vegas. Who wants to close those out? We also, for what it's worth, have just 5 left in the break versus break number 1, if you guys want to deviate from series 1 for just a few minutes. But what do we think? We just need a hero to step up for a spot or 2 in that team select and get the ball rolling. It's funny, quite a few of those teams are already taken in the other ones. It's like, so close. What do we think, folks? Who wants to get the ball rolling for us? We got lots of friends in the room, so it shouldn't be tough here, folks. I can get this bounty. I have faith in myself. I guess you guys just don't have faith in me. It's okay. I'll go cry about it.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Thank you.
The Thanksgiving mix is also down to 7 left. All right, folks, it looks like the team select is on the move. We have 4 spots remaining there now. So who's next, folks? Let's clear this one out. I can't open the Demidov High Gloss, guys, unless you guys fill up the break. If you guys fill it, I believe in us. We can do this together. We're so close. It's a matter of time, folks. When do you guys want to get this team select going? Or even that break versus break, just 5 spots left. Until I hit the Demidov in the next case. The Demidov High Gloss, to be clear. Then that'll be the best card we hit today. Ooh, nice. So it sounds like the cases have been pretty good then. We also have an ice break, ladies and gentlemen, down to 7 left. I know! It was so good. I want to keep opening. How you doing, Kyle? Aha, aka Darren. How are you doing, Darren? Well, I hope we crush it for ya.
Hi there. Good, how are you?
So who's next, ladies and gentlemen? This team select is so close. Nice. Well, I hope you do well. There we go. We're on the move, folks. Looks like just Carolina and Tampa remain. All right, guys, who's going to help us cross the finish line here? folks. Who's going to help us close it out? And Carolina is gone. be pretty rare then, damn. Sounds like it's time we hit one. But someone's got to grab Boston here first, folks. There we go. Getting grained going as well. I love it. Just the Boston Bruins, folks. That's it. That's all, and we can dive in. The last stat I did was really good. I got a Mishkov rookie auto and a Luke Hughes rookie patch auto. So that was for a 3-box break, that was pretty crazy. And it looks like we are filled, ladies and gentlemen. So as soon as Anna comes over here, we're gonna roll. All right, let's do this thing. Best of luck, Floor. I hope I come through for you. Starting off CNC Group Break 24,393. We have the 12-box case break of 2526 Upper Deck Series 1. Cruiser. We have a canvas of Dylan Cousins for the Ottawa Senators, Young Guns for Toronto of Jacob Quillen, and a Portraits of Dougie Hamilton for New Jersey. A Encore for Buffalo, Alex Tuck, Composition Speckle of Marco Rossi for Minnesota, and a Tracking Systems of Kochetkov for Carolina. Compadres for the Winnipeg Jets of Hellebuck and Morrissey, Young Guns for Nashville of Joaquin Kamel, and a Goal-Oriented of McDavid for Edmonton. Canvas for LA of Darcy Kemper, Young Guns of Skarek for the New York Islanders, and a Goal-Oriented for Montreal of Caulfield. Encore Blue for the Rangers of JT Miller, Encore for the Islanders of Noah Dobson, and a Sizzle Reel for Boston of David Pastrnak. Sizzle Reel for Florida of Sam Reinhart. We have a Mark Gatcomb, Young Guns for the Islanders, and a Portraits for Tampa of Brandon Hagel. Tracking System Speckle of Vasilevsky for Tampa, Canvas for Philly, Owen Tippett, and a Compositions with Matty Beniers for Seattle. Encore of Uyghur for Calgary. Linus Ullmark Tracking Systems for Ottawa, and a Rodrigo Abels Young Guns for Philly. Outburst Base for Columbus of Eric Goodbranson, Bustle for Vancouver of Kiefer Sherwood, and a Cup Quest for New Jersey of Timo Meyer. Dazzlers for Anaheim of Frank Vetrano, Canvas for Buffalo of Owen Power, and a Cup Quest for Seattle of Jared McCann. Encore of Demidov for Montreal, Tracking Systems for Montreal of Montembeau, and Young Guns for Montreal of Demidov. Compadres for Nashville of Forsberg and Yossi, Compositions of Forsberg, and a Population Count 100! Artyom Levshinov for the Chicago Blackhawks. Population Count 100. Buffalo. My goodness, 2 for 2. Demidov Young Guns for Montreal. And a Nick Suzuki Compositions for Montreal. Encore of Mark Stone for Vegas. Levshinov Portrait Speckle for Chicago. And a tracking system of Shesterkin for the Rangers. Compadres for Washington of Ovechkin and Wilson. Young Guns of Tolopilo for Vancouver. And a goal-oriented for Tampa of Kucherov. Tracking system speckle of Connor Hellebuck for Winnipeg. Canvas for Washington of Ovi. And a portraits for Washington of Ovi. Encore for Edmonton of Bouchard. Tracking system for Winnipeg of Hellebuck. And a Jacob Quillen Young Guns for Toronto. We have an Outburst Young Guns for the Boston Bruins of Michael Callahan. There's some last spot mojo. A Bustle of Marchessault for Nashville. And a Quest for the Cup of Kaprizov for Minnesota. Canvas of Anders Lee for the Islanders. Young Guns of Skylar Brindamore for Carolina. And a goal-oriented for Minnesota of Kaprizov. Canvas black and white for Utah of Keller. Juraj Slavkovsky Encore for Montreal. And a sizzle reel of Arturi Lehkonen for Colorado. Sizzle reel of Kachuk for Florida. Young Guns of Melanson for Seattle. And a compositions for Boston of Pasternak. Dazzlers for the San Jose Sharks of Eklund. Canvas for Minnesota of Gustafson. And Cup Quest of Tage Thompson for Buffalo. Encore of Devin Tays for Colorado. Tracking systems for the Islanders of Sorokin. And a Young Guns of Matthew Robertson for the Rangers. We have a Compositions red for Columbus of Monahan. Compadres for Toronto of Matthews and Nylander. And a Portraits for Vancouver of Quinn Hughes. We have a canvas for Colorado of Nichushkin, Young Guns of Elias Pettersson for Vancouver, and a compositions for Pittsburgh of Crosby. Encore of Kochetkov for Carolina, composition speckle for Detroit of Dylan Larkin, and a compadres of McCarr and McKinnon for Colorado. Sizzle reel of Mason Marchment for Dallas. Colton Dock Young Guns for Chicago. Goal oriented for Pittsburgh of Crosby. Sizzle reel speckle of Crosby for Pittsburgh. Canvas for Seattle of McCann. Cup Quest of William Eklund for the San Jose Sharks. Encore of Gabe Perreault for the Rangers. Tracking system of Gustafson for Minnesota. And a Skylar Brindamore Young Guns for Carolina. We have a Bustle for Carolina of Seth Jarvis. A Portraits for the Rangers of Gabe Perreault. And a Young Guns Outburst for Edmonton of Quinn Hudson. Young Guns of Jack Finley for Tampa. Goal-oriented for New Jersey of Jesper Bratt. And a Young Guns canvas for Chicago of Colton Dock. Encore blue for Chicago of Bedard. Encore for Colorado of Mackenzie Blackwood. And a sizzle reel for Toronto of Matthew Nyes. Sizzle reel for Dallas of Wyatt Johnston, Ian Moore Young Guns for Anaheim, and a composition for Washington of Ovi. Dazzlers for Detroit of Lucas Raymond, Canvas for Pittsburgh of Chris Letang, Cup Quest for Edmonton of Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Encore for Tampa, Kucherov. Bustle for Florida of Reinhardt. And a Noah Ostland Young Guns for Buffalo. Dazzlers Pink for Calgary of Dustin Wolf. Compadres for Florida of Kachuk and Barkov. And a Portraits for Toronto of Matthews. Who was it the first time for? That is actually really crazy. Alright, I'll start working over here. If I have to open more at the end, I will.
Oh, I don't worry.
Oh, okay. I knew. We have Encore for Carolina, Andrei Svechnikov, Alexander Barkov for Florida, Moritz Seider for the Detroit Red Wings, Philip Forsberg for Nashville, Connor Zary for Calgary, Blue for Dallas of Wyatt Johnston, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for Buffalo, Chris Kreider for the Rangers, Jake Ottinger for Dallas, Marco Rossi for Minnesota, Artyom Levshinov for Chicago, Seth Jones for Florida, Adam Fantilli for Columbus, Cale Makar for Colorado, Andrei Vasilevsky for Tampa, Blue of Wierenski for the Columbus Blue Jackets, Travis Sanheim for Philly, Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida, Tracking Systems for Boston, Jeremy Swayman, for Philly, Samuel Erson, for St. Louis, Jordan Binnington, Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida, Thatcher Demko for Vancouver, Darcy Kemper for LA, Jake Ottinger for Dallas, Elvis Merzlikins for Columbus, Joseph Wool for Toronto, Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Charlie Lindgren for Washington, Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers, Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey, Cup Quest of Hellebuck for Winnipeg, Shesterkin for the Rangers, Connor Bedard for Chicago, Kyle Connor Speckle for Winnipeg, Kyle Connor Regular for Winnipeg, Roman Josi for Nashville, Roman Josi Speckle for Nashville, and a Cup Quest for LA of Kempe.
I just said I'm just slow. I'm like, oh no.
Never. That's funny. 2 Greg Adams and 2 Elias Petterssons. All right, portraits for Chicago. We have Connor Bedard, Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Dylan Holloway Speckle for the St. Louis Blues, Josh Morrissey for Winnipeg, Brant Clark for LA, Cale Makar for Colorado, William Eklund for San Jose, Moritz Seider for Detroit, Dylan Holloway for St. Louis, Levshinov for Chicago, Adam Fox for the Rangers, Wyatt Johnston for Dallas, Sizzle Reel, we have Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for Buffalo, Nathan McKinnon for Colorado, Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Connor McDavid for Edmonton, Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey, Cale Makar for Colorado, Leo Carlson Speckle for Anaheim, Jared McCann for St. Louis, Evan Bouchard for Edmonton, Luke Evangelista for Nashville, Nazem Kadri for Calgary, Cam Fowler for St. Louis. Composition for Edmonton, we have Connor McDavid, Marco Rossi for Minnesota, Sebastian Aho for Carolina, Kyle Connor for Winnipeg, Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Connor McDavid Speckle for Edmonton, Anjay Kopitar for LA, Tyler Toffoli for the San Jose Sharks, Dylan Larkin for the Detroit Red Wings, Rasmus Dahlin for Buffalo, Robert Thomas for St. Louis, Connor Bedard for Chicago, and Austin Matthews for Toronto. Bustle! We have Alex Tuck for the Buffalo Sabres, Speckle of Evander Kane for Edmonton, Leo Carlson for the Anaheim Ducks, Nazem Kadri for Calgary, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Logan Stankoven for Carolina, Moritz Seider for Detroit, Matthew Nyes for Toronto, Dylan Holloway for St. Louis, Tyler Bertuzzi for Chicago, Jesper Bratt for New Jersey. Canvas for Utah, we have Clayton Keller, Logan Cooley for Utah, Jake Ottinger for Dallas. Duel between Minnesota and Washington of Kaprizov and Obi. Brant Clark for LA, Samuel Montembeault for Montreal. Black and White for Anaheim of Troy Terry, Lucas Dostal for Anaheim, Jonathan Huberdeau for Calgary, Nikita Kucherov for Tampa, Will Smith for San Jose, Adam Lowry for Winnipeg, Nick Foligno for Chicago, Connor McMichael for Washington, Jordan Binnington for St. Louis, Mario Ferraro for the San Jose Sharks, Joel Eriksson-Ek for Minnesota, Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton, Kirill Kaprizov for Minnesota. Goal-oriented of Nylander for Toronto, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Braden Point for Tampa, Austin Matthews for Toronto. For the Rangers, Artemi Panarin, Kirill Marchenko for Columbus, and Elias Pettersson for Vancouver. Compadres for Carolina, we have Aho and Svechnikov, Toffoli and Celebrini for San Jose, Speckle of Ovi and Wilson for Washington, the Hughes brothers for New Jersey, Panarin and Lafreniere for the Rangers, Eichel and Stone for Vegas, Cup Quest for Vancouver of Thatcher Demko, Chris Kreider for the Rangers, Tracking Systems for Calgary of Dustin Wolf, a red tracking systems for Seattle of Philip Grubauer, a regular tracking system for Seattle of Philip Grubauer, Joey Decord for Seattle, UC Saros for Nashville, Encore, Vince Dunn for Seattle, Lucas Raymond for Detroit, Macklin Celebrini for San Jose, Timo Meyer for New Jersey, Zane Parikh for Calgary, Dylan Strome for Washington, Brant Clark for LA, Compositions for Tampa, Jake Gensel, for Colorado, Cale Makar, and for Montreal, Lane Hudson. We'll do some Young Guns. We've got Owen Sillinger for Columbus, Michael Callahan for Boston, Luca Cagnoni for San Jose, Dylan Duke for the Tampa Bay Lightning, Owen Sillinger for Columbus, Billy Koivunen for Pittsburgh, Snuggerud for St. Louis, Sabronko for Ottawa, Sam Morton for Calgary, Rory Cairns for Calgary, Victor Ostman for Seattle, Yanni Nyman for Seattle, Oliver Moore exclusives! The Young Guns number to 100 for Chicago, Oliver Moore. We have Gabe Perreault for the Rangers, Oliver Rodrigue for Edmonton, Dominic Shine for Detroit, Cup Quest of Zach Hyman for Edmonton, Young Guns for Carolina of Ryan Suzuki, Ethan Frank for Washington, Quinn Hudson for Edmonton, Zane Parikh for Calgary, Dominic Shine for Detroit, Justin Robidas for Carolina, Noah Ostlund for Buffalo, Demidov and... Thank you, Lev Shinab, Young Guns Duel! Jacob Gaucher, Young Guns for Philly, Jacob Mellison for Seattle, Coco for Seattle, Riley Duran for Boston, Justin Robidas for Carolina, Tim Wash for Anaheim. We have Tolo Pilo for Vancouver, Dvorsky for St. Louis. Another duel, so now you each get one. We have Carter Mazur for Detroit, Michael Callahan for Boston, Sam Morton for Calgary, Cam Lund for San Jose, and Oliver Moore for Chicago. We have a portrait of Seth Jarvis for Carolina, Matt Zuccarello for Minnesota, Dalibor Dvorsky for St. Louis, a red... Nope, that's just his jersey. Regular of Nazem Kadri for Calgary. Connor Bedard Speckle for Chicago. Patrick Laine for Montreal. Evgeny Malkin for Pittsburgh. Moritz Seider Speckle for Detroit. Noah Ostlund for Buffalo. Goal-oriented for Edmonton of Draisaitl. Steven Stamkos for Nashville. Alex Ovechkin for Washington. Sizzle Reel for Anaheim of Leo Carlsson. Dakota Joshua for Vancouver. Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh, Owen Tippett for Philly, Mason McTavish for Anaheim, Dakota Joshua Speckle for Vancouver, Cole Perfetti for the Winnipeg Jets, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey, Tracking Systems of Vasilevsky for Tampa, Joseph Wool for Toronto, Cam Talbot for Detroit, Cup Quest for Toronto of Marner, Alex DeBrincat for Detroit, and a Compadres for Montreal of Laine and Slavkovsky. Compositions for Utah, we have Clayton Keller, Sean Monahan for Columbus, Darlene Speckle for Buffalo, Jason Robertson for Dallas, Jack Hughes for New Jersey. Encore, we have Zabinajad for the Rangers, UC Soros for Nashville, Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers, David Pasternak for Boston, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Jordan Binnington for St. Louis, Miro Heiskanen for Dallas. Cup Quest, we have Eric Carlson for Pittsburgh, Bustle Speckle of Marchessault for Nashville, Bustle of Evander Kane for Edmonton, Owen Tippett for Philly, Matt Boldy for Minnesota, Dazzlers of Jake Ottinger for Dallas, Delibor Dvorsky for St. Louis, Jared McCann for Seattle, Jack Eichel for Vegas, Cole Caulfield for Montreal, Brandon Hagel for Tampa, a pink of Morgan Geeky for Boston, Yvonne Demidov for the Montreal Canadiens, Noah Ostlund for Buffalo, Canvas of William Eklund for San Jose, Blake Coleman for Calgary, Jeremy Swayman for Boston, Matthias Ekholm for Edmonton, Kyle Connor for Winnipeg, Alexi Lafreniere for the Rangers, Steven Stamkos for Nashville, Ross Colton for Colorado, and Troy Terry for the Ducks. So sorry. That's okay. Just straight up in your way. Composition for Pittsburgh, Eric Carlson. For Ottawa, Tim Stützle. Dazzlers of Chris Letang for Pittsburgh. Canvas for Montreal of Cole Caulfield. Kevin Hayes for Pittsburgh. Sizzle Reel of Bobrovsky for Florida. You're looking different. Sizzle Reel Gold for the St. Louis Blues of Cam Fowler. Sizzle Reel of Matthews for Toronto. Aho for Carolina. Kirill Marchenko for Columbus. Owen Tippett Speckle for Philly. Kyle Connor for Winnipeg. Philip Forsberg for Nashville. Goal-oriented Speckle for the Rangers of Panarin. Nathan McKinnon for Colorado. Jack Eichel for Vegas. Portraits of Tyler Johnson for Buffalo. Tage Thompson for Buffalo. And Linus Ullmark for Ottawa. Young Guns! Matthew Robertson for the New York Rangers, Oliver Moore for Chicago, Carter Mazur for Detroit, Levshinov for the Chicago Blackhawks, Rinzel for the Chicago Blackhawks, Carson Dorwart for the Philadelphia Flyers, Parker Ford for the Winnipeg Jets, Matthew Wood for Nashville, Jacob Gaucher for Philly, Ryan Leonard for Washington, Nicholas Coco for the Seattle Kraken, Snuggerud for St. Louis, Riley Duran for Boston, Sabronko for Ottawa, and Dylan Duke for Tampa. It's hard to read. It's like silver on white, so my eyes get confused. Thank you. Sounds like a mix. Okay. We have a Compadres for Detroit of DeBrincat and Larkin, Line and Slavkovsky Speckle, McDavid and Draisaitl for Edmonton, Cup Quest of Nietzsche for Colorado, Jason Robertson for Dallas, Tracking Systems for San Jose of Askarov, Logan Thompson for Washington, Mackenzie Blackwood for Colorado, Aiden Hill for Vegas, Encore of Caulfield for Montreal, Nylander for Toronto, Zaka for Boston, and Letang for Pittsburgh, Morgan Riley for Toronto, Matthew Nyes for Toronto, Composition of Celebrini for San Jose, Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Canvas of Jake Sanderson for Ottawa, Patrick Laine for Montreal, Black and White of Ross Colton for Colorado, Sizzle Reel of Kent Johnson for Columbus, Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton, Goal-Oriented Speckle for Ottawa of Tkachuk, Lucas Raymond for Detroit, Portraits of Marchessault for Nashville, and Matthew Wood for Nashville. We have a Young Guns for San Jose of Cam Lund and Ozzy Weissblatt for Nashville. Bustle for Montreal of Lane Hudson and Zach Werenski for Columbus. We have a population count, 1,000 for Calgary of Zane Parikh. Population count 1,000 for Toronto of Matthew Nyes. Clear cut base for the Boston Bruins of David Pasternak and Shane Wright for Seattle. And Stefan Nason for New Jersey. Number to 250, deluxe base for the Islanders of Jean-Gabriel Pageau. Number to 250, deluxe base for Columbus of Sean Monahan. An outburst base for Vancouver of Jake DeBrusk. For Seattle, outburst of Matty Beniers. We have Paul Cotter for the New Jersey Devils. For the Boston Bruins, Nikita Zadorov. For LA, Mikey Anderson. Mackenzie Blackwood for the Colorado Avalanche. For Edmonton, Adam Henrique. This feels like a lot of outbursts. And for the Rangers, Sam Carrick. We have a Young Guns canvas for Nashville of Matthew Wood. For Calgary, Zane Parikh. For Nashville, Ozzy Weisblatt. Ryan Suzuki for the Carolina Hurricanes. Jack Finley for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Black and white Young Guns canvas duel, random between St. Louis and Calgary of Dvorsky and Parikh. Young Guns clear cut for the Detroit Red Wings of Carter Mazur. Outburst Young Guns of Cam Lund for San Jose. And number to 250, Young Guns Deluxe for the Nashville Predators, Ozzy Weisblatt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a left-right random to do for the two canvases. So 3 times, 1, 2, 3. The right side's got them. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to check my emails and see what we got going on next. Love it, Floor. Thank you for stepping up. I'm glad you did well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we still have some more Series 1 breaks that are nice and close. 7 left in the next closest team select. We also have just 5 left in the ice break if anybody wants to give that one a shot. And 4 left in the BBB number 1. So what do we think, folks? Let's keep it going here. Yeah, absolutely. Which would you like to be opened, Darren? So you want the 2 ultimates opened? I don't know if I have 5 on the shelf. I can bring the ones I have on the shelf in here. I have 4. Is number 3 the one we're going to go with? All right, number 3. All right, best of luck to you. All right, I have a box of 24/25 Upper Deck luck to you, sir. We have got number to 149 for the Nashville Predators, Jonathan Marchessault. Wowza! You floor picked a good box for you. My goodness gracious. Ultimate Rookie Auto! Numbered to 99 for the San Jose Sharks, Macklin Celebrini. Macklin Celebrini, numbered to 99, Ultimate Rookie Auto. Congrats, Darren. That is huge. We have an Ultimate Emblems Auto of Vincent Desharnais for Edmonton. We have a jumbo jersey, number to 199 for Toronto of Austin Matthews. And an ultimate rookie auto for Colorado of Jason Polin. There we go, sir. Wowza! Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that one. Oh, you want to pick one of these three? Sure. Number 1. We good with that, Darren? Alrighty. Sebastian Aho. We have an introductions for the Pittsburgh Penguins of Rutger McGroarty. Ultimate Rookie Signatures for Carolina of Bradley Nadeau. A quad jersey, number to 149 of Tage Thompson, JJ Peterka, Owen Power, and Rasmus Dahlin. Well, it was gonna be tough to beat. We can't put that on ourselves. And an Ultimate Rookie jersey, number to 499, Sam Colangelo. There you go. Give me 1 second here, folks. I'm giving all the credit to Floor and Darren here. I'm just opening it. All right, you want to open one more of those three? So which one would you like? I was not pretending to get fresh boxes. I was talking to Anna. It's the same boxes. You want to do both? Okay. Best of luck to you, sir. The second one first. Do you want them in the same video? Okay. gold base for Edmonton of Leon Draisaitl. We have an introductions gold auto number to 49 for the Rangers of Brennan Othman. An emblems rookie auto of Zach Ostapchuk. And a rookie jersey number to 499 of Owen Pickering. We have number to 299, Max Sassoon. An introductions auto for Montreal of Oliver Kapanen. Oh, that's pretty. An autograph debut threads patch auto number to 199 of Phil Kemp. A rookie jersey number to 499 of Maxim Siplikov. And an Ethan Cardwell Ultimate Rookie Signatures. There we go, sir. All right, ladies and gents. Well, I think we have a group break filled up and ready to go now. So I'm going to have to pivot into that one. But if you want me to come back later due to the stature, I can definitely do that. If you want to grade it, so if you go onto the group breaks page, Darren, on the right, you'll see a tab that says GB Supply /MNT grading. If you click on that, you'll see the options for grading, and then you can just check out for it. right, guys, we're going to get going on the break versus break now. And it looks like we're going to have another Series 1 case to do, as I think we got one down to 2 left now. I agree with that, Derek. That's for sure. Perfect. I received the order, Darren. I see you did 2 cards. What's the other card you want to get graded? The Celebrini and the... By the way, guys, best of luck. This is the team randoms for the BBB. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. Copy again. All right, best of luck, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off CNC Group Break 24-381, we have the break versus break number 1, starting with the Allures. We have an orange slice die cut for Vancouver of Pettersson, hustle hit never quit for Dallas of Jamie Benn, and a rookie for Philly of Wade Allison. We have a red-orange for Vancouver of Podkolzin, iced out for Dallas of Jason Robertson, and a rookie for Arizona of Jan Yannick. Red rainbow for Buffalo of Eichel, yellow-green for Boston of Jack Aiken, and a rookie for Philly of Lisinski. Black rainbow for Boston of David Pasternak, bread baskets for Florida of Bobrovsky, and a rookie for Buffalo of Samuelson. Black rainbow for Washington of Hendrix Lapierre, quartz for Florida of Huberdeau, and a rookie for Washington of Lapierre. We have a red-orange for Colorado of Cale Makar, a rookie for Ottawa of Bernard Docker, and a full rainbow auto for Buffalo of Matthias Samuelsson. Red rainbow for St. Louis of Colton Parayko. We have a control room for Detroit of Lucas Raymond and a rookie for Boston of Jeremy Swayman. Black rainbow for Colorado of Makar. Blue purple for the Rangers of Lundqvist and a rookie for Ottawa of Shane Pinto. Slice die cut for Vegas of Alex Tuck. Iced out for Pittsburgh of Jason Zucker. And a rookie for Boston of Jack Aiken. Orange red for Washington of Garrett Pilon. Bread baskets for New Jersey of Mackenzie Blackwood. And a rookie for Anaheim of Benoit Olivier Gruel. Red rainbow for Seattle of Cole Lind. Yellow-green for Chicago of DeBrincat. And a rookie for Columbus of Sillinger. Black rainbow for Vancouver of Quinn Hughes. Hustle hit never quit for Washington of Tom Wilson. And a rookie for the Rangers of Zach Jones. Black rainbow for Philly of Wade Allison. Control room for Detroit of Zyder. And a rookie of Tice Thompson for New Jersey. Rookie of Rasmus Kupari for LA. A red-orange for the Rangers of Morgan Barone. And number to 25, blue line auto jersey for Detroit of Jakob Vrana. Red rainbow for Winnipeg of Josh Morrissey. Quartz for Philly of Cam York. Rookie for Montreal of Caulfield. Black rainbow for Montreal of Carey Price. Green blue for Minnesota of Kaprizov. And a rookie for Anaheim of Jamie Drysdale. And the clear cuts. We have a Champs rookie auto for the Anaheim Ducks of Pavel Mintyukov. There we go, folks. And I'll be back in just 2 seconds to count those up. So Darren, I just shot you an email, sir. If you can look into that for me. We do have 3 left in the Series 1 Team Select, folks. Does anybody else want to grab a spot there so we can get that going? I don't know. That's up to you, to be honest. Any of the rookies is typically the better options. All right, guys. So we got 3 left in the next Series 1 case, 5 left in ice, and 8 left in that Thanksgiving mix. What do we think? I've got to count these up too. right, I've got 18 Western Division hits in that one. So what do we think, folks? Let's close out another Series 1 case. Perfect. Sounds good. Ooh, lots of spots are coming in. being checked out. We've got another Series 1 case on the way. We're waiting on Nashville.
Oh, Nashville.
There's a minute and a half left on the timer. We shall see.
Okay. Okay, I'll come back.
Okay. Have a lovely day.
Bye.
See you soon.
Chrissy, you want to buy Nashville? There's some Nashville curry. Where you bring Nashville? Give me a pop. Other pop? I want other pop. No, other pop. Chrissy, other pop. Not this one, other one. You want other pop? No, Chrissy, no, other one. You're so cute. Sit down. Oh, you have a toy under there? Oh, you have the
All right, Nashville sold. All right, ladies and gentlemen, best of luck. Starting off CNC Group Break, 24,391. We have the 12-box case break of 2526, Upper Deck Series 1. We have an encore for Buffalo of Alex Tuck, composite speckle of Marco Rossi for Minnesota, and a compadres of Hellebuck and Morrissey for Winnipeg. Sizzle reel for Toronto of Matthews, Joaquin Kamel Young Guns for Nashville, and a goal-oriented for Montreal of Caulfield. Dazzlers, oh my gosh, for the Tampa Bay Lightning, Brandon Hagel. Canvas for Chicago of Nick Foligno. And a composites for Nashville of Forsberg. Encore of Weegar for Calgary. Bustle of Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver. Rodrigo Abel's Young Guns for Philadelphia. Outburst Young Guns of Tolopilo for Vancouver. Tracking systems for Carolina of Kochetkov, and a composites for Seattle of Matty Beniers. Canvas of Connor McMahon Michael for Washington, Jacob Quillen Young Guns for Toronto, and a Portraits for Tampa of Brandon Hagel. Canvas black and white for Calgary of Connor Zary, Encore for the Islanders of Noah Dobson, and a sizzle reel for Florida of Sam Reinhart. Tracking system for Florida, Linus Olmark, Young Guns for the Islanders of Mark Gatcombe, and a Portraits of Dougie Hamilton for New Jersey. Tracking system speckle of Vasilevsky for Tampa, Canvas of St. Louis of Jordan Binnington, Cup Quest for New Jersey of Timo Meier. Encore of Demidov for Montreal, Compadres for Nashville of Forsberg and Yossi, and Demidov Young Guns for Montreal. Population count 500 for New Jersey of Jakob Markstrom. Sizzle reel for Boston of Pasternak, and a compositions for Pittsburgh of Carlson. Canvas for Colorado of Nichushkin, Young Guns of Skarik for the Islanders, and a goal-oriented for Edmonton of McDavid. Dazzlers for Pittsburgh of Chris Letang, Canvas for Calgary of Blake Coleman, and a goal-oriented for Ottawa of Brady Tkachuk. Outburst base for Chicago of Tyler Bertuzzi, tracking systems for Dallas of Ottinger, and a Cup Quest for Winnipeg of Kyle Connor. Canvas of William Eklund for San Jose, Riley Duran Young Guns for Boston, Portraits of Sider for the Detroit Red Wings. Encore for Minnesota of Marco Rossi, Cup Quest Speckle of Kyle Connor for Winnipeg, and a sizzle reel of Jared McCann for Seattle. Encore for Columbus of Fantilli, sizzle reel of Luke Evangelista for Nashville, and Young Guns for St. Louis of Dvorsky. Population count 1,000 for Columbus of Sean Monahan. Tracking systems for Columbus of Merzlikins, and a Cup Quest for Nashville of Roman Yossi. Bustle for Calgary of Kadri, Coco Young Guns for Seattle, Composite for Minnesota of Marco Rossi. Canvas for LA of Brant Clark, Young Guns of Tolopilo for Vancouver, and a Portraits for St. Louis of Dylan Holloway. Young Guns Clear Cut for Washington of Ethan Frank, Encore of Levshinov for Chicago, and a Bustle of Cider for Detroit. Sizzle reel of Bouchard for Edmonton, Robidas Young Guns for Carolina, and a goal-oriented for the Rangers of Panarin. Tracking system speckle of Joseph Wool for Toronto, Canvas for Boston of Jeremy Swayman, and a compositions for Detroit of Larkin. Encore for Florida, Seth Jones, Bustles for Toronto of Matthew Nyes, and a Tim Wash Young Guns for Anaheim. Box 3. We have an Encore for Toronto of Morgan Riley, goal-oriented speckle for the Rangers of Panarin, and a tracking systems for Colorado of Blackwood. Bustle for Florida of Sam Reinhart, Rinzel Young Guns for Chicago, Cup Quest of Ryan Nugent-Hopkins for Edmonton. Dazzlers for Vegas of Jack Eichel. Canvas for Edmonton of Draisaitl. Portraits of Matthews for Toronto. Compadres for Edmonton of McDavid and Draisaitl. Parker Ford Young Guns for Winnipeg. And a composite for Utah of Clayton Keller. Sizzle Reel Speckle of Owen Tippett for Philly. Canvas for Minnesota of Kaprizov. And a goal-oriented for Colorado of Nathan McKinnon. Encore for the Rangers of Zibanejad. Sizzle Reel of Marchenko for Columbus. Young Guns for Philly of Jacob Gauthier. Encore Blue for Columbus of Fantilli. Encore for Toronto of Matthew Nyes. Bustle for Columbus of Werenski. Outburst Base for Seattle of Jamie Alexiak. Sizzle Reel of Sebastian Aho for Carolina. And a Portrait of Tage Thompson for Buffalo. Canvas of Joel Eriksson-Ek for Minnesota. Carson Dorwart, Young Guns for Philly. And a composite for Ottawa of Stutzel. Encore for Nashville of Soros. Sizzle Reel for Winnipeg of Kyle Connor. Young Guns of Ryan Leonard for the Washington Capitals. Ooh, what are you? Oh, these are rare! Tracking Systems for Vegas, Aiden Hill. Cup Quest for Pittsburgh of Erik Karlsson. And a bootleg! Ryan Leonard for Washington. These are rare. Like, I think we're on our 6th case. That's the first one we've opened. Canvas of Matthias Ekholm for Edmonton. Young Guns for Nashville of Matthew Wood. And a Portrait of Linus Ullmark for Ottawa. Alrighty. Water first. Portraits Speckle for St. Louis of Dylan Holloway. Portraits of Matthew Tkachuk for Florida. Josh Morrissey for Winnipeg. Seth Jarvis for Carolina. Matt Zuccarello for Minnesota. Lev Shinov for Chicago. Gabe Perreault for the Rangers. Zach Werenski for Columbus. Sider for Detroit Speckle. Noah Ostlund for Buffalo. Connor Bedard for Chicago. Goal-oriented for Buffalo, Jack Eichel. Braden Point for Tampa. Elias Pettersson for Vancouver. Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton. Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh. Jesper Bratt for New Jersey. A red of Jesper Bratt for New Jersey. William Nylander for Toronto. Sizzle Reel for Nashville. Philip Forsberg. Nathan McKinnon for Colorado. Quinn Hughes for Vancouver. Leo Carlsson for Anaheim. Dakota Joshua for Vancouver. Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh. Mason Marchment for Dallas. Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh. Wyatt Johnston for Dallas. The Crosby was Speckle. Matthew Nyes for Toronto. Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey. Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for Buffalo. Tracking Systems for Boston. Jeremy Swayman. Samuel Ersson for Philly. Jakob Markstrom for New Jersey. Andrei Vasilevsky for Tampa. Joseph Wool for Toronto. Philip Gustafson for Minnesota. Samuel Montembeault for Montreal. Joey Decord for Seattle. UC Soros for Nashville. Cup Quest for Edmonton of Zach Hyman. Mitch Marner for Toronto. Alex DeBrincat for Detroit. William Eklund for San Jose. Jared McCann for Seattle. And Chris Kreider for the Rangers. We got some Young Guns for the Boston Bruins, Michael Callahan. Carter Mazur for Detroit. Cam Lund for San Jose. Sam Morton for Calgary. Oliver Moore for Chicago. Olivier Rodrigue for Edmonton. Dominic Shine for Detroit. Ryan Suzuki for Carolina. Ethan Frank for Washington. Quinn Hudson for Ed Money. Zane Parikh for Calgary. Nicholas Coco for Seattle. Snuggerud for St. Louis. Riley Duran for Boston. Sabronko for Ottawa. Dylan Duke for Tampa. Owen Sillinger for Columbus. Colton Dock for Chicago. Jack Finley for Tampa. Elias Pettersson for Vancouver. Skylar Brindamore for Carolina. Ian Moore for Anaheim. Noah Ostlund for Buffalo. Sabronko for Ottawa. Ostman for Seattle, Sam Morton for Calgary, Rory Cairns for Calgary, Nyman for Seattle, and Gabe Perreault for the Rangers. We have Encore for Colorado of Devin Taves. Oh, just one. Tracking systems for St. Louis of Binnington. Encore for Colorado of Kale McCarr. Andrei Vasilevsky for Tampa. Travis Sanheim for Philly. Sergei Bobrovsky for Florida. Andrei Svechnikov for Carolina. Alexander Barkov for Florida. Moritz Seider for Detroit. Philip Forsberg for Nashville. Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers. David Pastrnak for Boston. Alex Ovechkin for Washington. Blue of Kochetkov for Carolina. Jordan Binnington for St. Louis. Kochetkov for Carolina. Mackenzie Blackwood for Colorado. Gabe Perreault for the Rangers. Nikita Kucherov for Tampa. Timo Meier for New Jersey. Dylan Strome for Washington. Blue of Leshchinov for Chicago. Zane Parikh for Calgary. Brant Clark for LA. Canvas for Columbus, Elvis Merzlikins. Alex Ovechkin for Washington. Philip Gustafson for Minnesota. Anders Lee for the Islanders. Ivan Barbashev for Vegas. Kyle Connor for Winnipeg. Alexi Lafreniere for the Rangers. Tage Thompson for Buffalo. Dougie Hamilton for New Jersey. Roman Josi for Nashville. Christopher Tanev for Toronto. Samuel Montembeault for Montreal. Mario Ferraro for San Jose. Black and white for Toronto, Joseph Woll. Lucas Dostal for Anaheim. Jared McCann for St. Louis. Kevin Hayes for Pittsburgh. Chris Letang for Pittsburgh. Cup Quest of Hellebuck for Winnipeg. Yossi Speckle for Nashville. Adrian Kempe for LA. Padres of Matthews and Nylander for Toronto. Eichel and Stone for Vegas. Toffoli and Celebrini for San Jose. Ovechkin and Wilson for Washington. The Hughes brothers for New Jersey. For Montreal, Line and Slavkovsky. McCarr and McKinnon for Colorado. And Kachuk and Barkov for Florida. Composites for Montreal, we have Nick Suzuki, David Pastrnak for Boston, Robert Thomas for St. Louis, Connor Bedard for Chicago, Sean Monahan for Columbus, Sebastian Aho for Carolina, Kyle Connor for Winnipeg, Austin Matthews for Toronto, Rasmus Dahlin for Buffalo, Jack Hughes for New Jersey, Rasmus Dahlin for Buffalo, Dylan Larkin for Detroit, Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Lane Hudson for Montreal, Connor McDavid for Edmonton, Dazzlers for San Jose of William Eklund, Noah Ostlund for Buffalo, Lucas Raymond for Detroit, Pink Dazzlers of Connor Bedard for Chicago, Ivan Demidov for Montreal, Jake Ottinger for Dallas, Martin Nietzsche's Pink for Colorado, Cole Caulfield for Montreal, Frank Vetrano for Anaheim, Jared McCann for Seattle. Portraits of Line A for the Montreal Canadiens, Dvorsky for St. Louis, Levchinov for Chicago, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Brant Clark for LA, Wyatt Johnston for Dallas, Adam Fox for the Rangers, goal-oriented for Tampa of Kucherov, Kirill Kaprizov for Minnesota, Kirill Marchenko for Columbus, Sizzle Reel for Philly of Owen Tippett, Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Arturi Lehkonen for Colorado, Cam Fowler for St. Louis, Nazem Kadri for Calgary, Igor Shesterkin Tracking Systems for the Rangers, Connor Hellebuck for Winnipeg ×2, Igor Shesterkin for the Rangers, Stuart Skinner for Edmonton, Charlie Lindgren for Washington, and a Cup Quest for Minnesota of Kaprizov. Ville Koivunen for the Pittsburgh Penguins, Levchinov for Chicago, Ryan Suzuki for Carolina, Kamel for Nashville, Matthew Wood for Nashville, Olivier Rodrigue for Edmonton, Tolopilo for Vancouver, Demidov for Montreal, Quillen for Toronto, Melanson for Seattle, Brindamore for Carolina, Robertson for the Rangers, and the duel of Demidov and Levchinov. We have Bustles for Carolina, Logan Stankoven, Owen Tippett for Philly, Jonathan Marchessault for Nashville, Tyler Bertuzzi for Chicago, Jesper Bratt for New Jersey, Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa, Evander Kane for Edmonton, Dylan Holloway for St. Louis, Seth Jarvis for Carolina, Alex Tuck for Buffalo, Evander Kane Speckle for Edmonton, Leo Carlson for Anaheim, Encore Boone Jenner for Columbus, William Carlson for Vegas, John Carlson for Washington, Blue of Gabe Perreault for the Rangers, Wyatt Johnston for Dallas, JT Miller for the Rangers, Mark Stone for Vegas, Evan Bouchard for Edmonton, Juraj Slavkovsky for Montreal, Canvas for Toronto, William Nylander, JT Compher for Detroit, Kiefer Sherwood for Vancouver, Capo Caco for Seattle, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins for Ed Money, Connor Bedard for Chicago, Jack Hughes for New Jersey, Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh, Sizzle Reel of Makar for Colorado, McDavid for Edmonton, Arturi Lehkonen Speckle for Colorado, Cole Perfetti for Winnipeg, Tracking Systems of Demko for Vancouver, Kemper for LA, and Cam Talbot for Detroit. I know we did in the last one. I think so, this one too, yeah. Tracking systems for Anaheim, Lucas Dostal. For Florida, Sergei Bobrovsky. Cup Quest of Shesterkin for the Rangers and Connor Bedard for Chicago. Compadres for Tampa of Kucherov and Hedman. Panarin and Lafreniere for the Rangers. Ovechkin and Wilson for Washington. Portraits of Makar for Colorado. Draisaitl for Edmonton. Eklund for San Jose. Kadri for Calgary. Goal-oriented for Florida of Reinhart. Matthews for Toronto. Stamkos for Nashville. Sizzle of Luke Hughes for New Jersey, Alex Ovechkin for Washington, Matthew Tkachuk for Florida, Canvas of Montour for Seattle, Black and White of Sam Reinhart for Florida, Jake Neighbors for St. Louis, Young Guns Canvas for St. Louis of Dalibor Dvorsky, Young Guns Canvas Black and White, Justin Robidas. Young Guns Canvas of Joaquim Kamel for Nashville. For Chicago, Oliver Moore. So thoughtful. And for Carolina, Justin Robidas. If I was thoughtful, I would get the darn high gloss. And a Luca Cagnoni canvas as well for San Jose. Composites for San Jose of Macklin Celebrini, Matthew Barzal for the Islanders, Quinn Hughes for Vancouver, Kopitar for LA, Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh, Tyler Toffoli for San Jose, Gensel for Tampa, Dazzlers for Nashville and Marchessault, Dvorsky for St. Louis, Encore for San Jose of Eklund, Tage Thompson for Buffalo, Oliver Moore for Chicago, Mark Scheifele for Winnipeg, Frank Petrano for Anaheim, Canvas, Charlie McAvoy for Boston, Tracking Systems for Seattle of Grubauer, Ilya Sorokin for the Islanders, Bustle for Tampa of Gensel, Red Bustle for Philly of Tippett, Cup Quest of Nietzsche for Colorado, and Tage Thompson for Buffalo.
Okay. Yay.
Thank you. We have a canvas of Logan Stankoven for Carolina, Brandon Hagel for Tampa Bay. Sizzle Reel of Mason McTavish for Anaheim, Ken Johnson for Columbus, Leon Draisaitl for Edmonton, Goal-oriented of Ovi for Washington, Lucas Raymond for Detroit, Sidney Crosby for Pittsburgh, Portraits of Gabe Perreault for the Rangers, Evgeny Malkin for Pittsburgh, Jonathan Marchessault for Nashville, Compadres of Aho and Svechnikov for Carolina, Matthews and Nylander for Toronto, DeBrincat and Larkin for Detroit, Cup Quest for Vancouver of Thatcher Demko, Tracking Systems of Dustin Wolf for Calgary, Encore for Chicago of Bedard, Zach Werenski for Columbus, Composites for Colorado of Makar, and a Bustle of Matt Boldy for Minnesota. Young Guns! Rory Cairns for Calgary, Ryan Leonard for Washington, Jack Finley for Tampa, Quinn Hudson for Edmonton, Abels for Philly, Sam Rinzel for Chicago, Luca Cagnoni for San Jose, Dvorsky for St. Louis, Nyman for Seattle, Gatcombe for the Islanders, Dorwart for Philly, and Weissblatt for Nashville. We have out first base, Niels Hoglander for Vancouver, Nick Suzuki for Montreal, Tyler Seguin for Dallas, Bushnevich for the St. Louis Blues, JJ Paterka for Buffalo, a random between New Jersey and Tampa of Vasilevsky and Markstrom, and then we have Quinn Hughes for Vancouver. We have a Swagnificent for Anaheim of Radko Gudas. A clear-cut base for Buffalo of Yuri Kulich. Numbered to 250 deluxe for the Islanders of Semyon Varlamov. Clear-cut for Toronto of Max Domi. Numbered to 100, exclusive space for Toronto of Anthony Stolars. Clear cut base for Minnesota of Jared Spurgeon. Numbered to 250, deluxe base for the Rangers of Vincent Trocheck. Numbered to 250, deluxe base for Boston of Elias Lindholm. Population count 500, Patrick Laine for Montreal. Young Guns canvas for Boston of Michael Callahan. Young Guns outburst for St. Louis of Dvorsky. And a Young Guns outburst for Chicago of Colton Dock. All right, ladies and gentlemen, quick random here. Three times. 1, 2, 3. They will go to the right side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a ton of emails to go through, so bear with me and I'll let you know what's next. guys, there is 2 spots remaining in the break versus break. Anybody want to grab them? Oh my gosh, so slow. Potentially. I had 2 drop spots in that one. And it looks like they both filled up, so we're going to get the randoms going there. All right, here we go, folks. 3 times. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Here we go, folks. Starting off CNC Group Break, 24,382. We have the 21-22 Upper Deck Allure 2-box break. We have an orange slice die cut for Calgary of Matthew Phillips, rookie for Minnesota of Kalen Allen, and an iced out green, number /99 for Washington of Anthony Mantha. Red orange for Chicago of Mike Hardman, iced out for Winnipeg of Ehlers, and a rookie for Vancouver of Todd Colton. Red rainbow for Vegas of Alex Tuck, a double rainbow for Nashville of Eli Tolvanen, and a rookie for Anaheim of Trevor Zegras. Black rainbow for Ottawa of Josh Norris, bread baskets for Tampa of Vasilevsky, and a Prosvetov rookie for the Arizona Coyotes. Black rainbow for Nashville of Tomasino, quartz for Montreal of Carey Price, and a rookie for Buffalo of Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Red orange for Ottawa of Brady Tkachuk, rookie for Detroit of Sider, and a red rainbow autograph for the Ottawa Senators of Jacob Bernard Docker. Control room for Ottawa of Gustafson, rookie for Ottawa of Matthew Phillips, and a red rainbow rookie for Detroit of Lucas Raymond. Black rainbow Patrice Bergeron for Boston, jersey number parallel number /199 for St. Louis of Parayko, and a rookie for Nashville of David Ferentz. We have an orange die cut for LA of Kopitar, hustle hit never quit for Seattle of Giordano, and a rookie for Arizona of Jan Yannick. Red orange for Colorado of Newhook, control room for Montreal of Caulfield, and a rookie of Matthias Samuelsson for Buffalo. Red rainbow of Maxime Comtois for Anaheim. Orange yellow for the Islanders of Barzil. Rookie for Washington of Lapierre. Black rainbow for Nashville of UC Saros. Quartz for Colorado of Newhook. And a rookie for Ottawa of Bernard Docker. Black rainbow for New Jersey of Tice Thompson. Iced out for Edmonton of McDavid. Rookie for Boston of Swayman. We have a red-orange for New Jersey of McTavish, rookie for Ottawa of Shane Pinto, and a double rainbow auto for Ottawa of Philip Gustafson. Red rainbow for Toronto of Mitch Marner, bread baskets for Chicago of Marc-Andre Fleury, and a rookie of Lundell for Florida. Black rainbow of Ryan O'Reilly for St. Louis, a jersey number parallel number /199 for Calgary of Tkachuk, and a rookie for Florida of Denisenko. All right, clear cut. We have a Champs rookie auto for Washington of Vincent Iorio. There we go, ladies and gents. All right, I gotta count this up, ladies and gentlemen, and see which break is getting a spot giveaway. multi-random for the break versus break monster spot giveaway. BBB number 2 was the winner. So best of luck, guys. I'll do the randoms 3 times, and whoever name lands on top wins a monster spot. 1, 2, 3. Sita! Congratulations! All right, guys, what do we think? Anybody want to grab an ice spot? Looks like that one is down to 4 left. Hey, congrats, Sita. That's awesome. What do we think, folks? I think Ice Ice Baby would be easy to get going. Thanksgiving is at 7 left, so it's definitely doable as well. And it looks like someone's filling up ice. Let's get Ice Ice Baby going. All right, best of luck, ladies and gentlemen, 3 times. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, best of luck, ladies and gentlemen. Let's crush this. Starting off CNC Group Break 24405, we have the 2223 Upper Deck Ice 4-box break. Green for the Rangers of Chris Kreider, Frozen in Ice for Tampa of Braden Point, and a rookie for Carolina of Kochetkov. Green for Colorado of Landeskog, Ice Premier's Green numbered to 599 for Montreal of Kovacevic, and a rookie for Philly of Ratcliffe. If you missed your teams, you can rewind the feed, or we did post them in the thread. Green for Chicago of Patrick Kane, Sub-Zero for Detroit of Elmer Soderblom, and a rookie of Cole Kopsky for Tampa. Green for Boston of Jacob Loco, orange for Edmonton of Dylan Holloway, and a rookie of Thomas Bordelot for the San Jose Sharks. Green for Toronto of Matthews, orange for Florida of Spencer Knight, rookie for Columbus of Christensen. Green of Aturati for the Islanders, crystals for Arizona of Michelli, and a rookie of Mark McLaughlin for Boston. Green for Carolina of Aho, crystals for Toronto of Mitch Marner, and a rookie for Arizona of Dylan Gunther. Green for Dallas of Jake Ottinger. Orange of Vasilevsky for Tampa. And a rookie for Tampa of Nick Perbix. Green for Minnesota of Marc-Andre Fleury. Crystals for Minnesota of Kaprizov. And a rookie for Ottawa of Kostelic. Green for Minnesota of Matt Boldy. Number to 499. Ice premieres of Berggren for Detroit. And a rookie for Detroit of Chase Pearson. Green for Edmonton of Jack Campbell. Rookie for Philly of Noah Cates. And a rookie auto for the Ottawa Senators of Sogard. Green for Montreal of Slavkovsky. Crystals for Philly of Konechny. And a rookie of Soderblom for Detroit. Green for Arizona of Clayton Keller. Number to 1299 ice premieres for Columbus of Marcus Bjork. And a rookie for Montreal of Jack Eye. Green for Philly of Ollie Leaksel. Rookie for LA of Samuel Fajemo. And an ice premieres retro. Number to 149 for Ottawa of Jake Sanderson. Green for New Jersey of Vanacek. Orange for New Jersey of Jack Hughes. Rookies of Sogard for Ottawa. Green for Anaheim of Zegras. Cool Cuts Legends for New Jersey of Brodeur. And a rookie of Dylan Holloway for Edmonton. Green for Montreal of Slavkovsky. Pink for the Islanders of Atsurati. And a rookie for Pittsburgh of Hallander. Green for the Rangers of Lafreniere. Crystals of Jason Robertson for Dallas. And a Mauvrier rookie for LA. Green for Nashville of Soros. Pink for Carolina of Brent Burns. And a rookie for Chicago of Lucas Reichel. Green for LA of Jordan Spence. Crystals for St. Louis of Jordan Kyrou. And a Juracek rookie for Columbus. Green for Buffalo of Jeff Skinner. Number to 299. Ice premieres red of Mark McLaughlin for Boston. And a rookie for Vegas of Korczak. Green for Vegas of Eichel. Crystals of Aturati for the Islanders. And a rookie for Columbus of Kent Johnson. Green for Montreal of Caden Gooley. Rookie for Seattle of Beniers. And an ice premieres jersey for Anaheim of Pavel Regenda. Green for Boston of Marchand. Sub-Zero for Buffalo of Tage Thompson. And a rookie for Buffalo of Jack Quinn. Double check them. Okay, thank you. Box 3. Green for Arizona of Clayton Keller. Ice premieres green number to 599 of Nikita Okhotyuk for New Jersey. And a rookie for Ottawa of Jake Sanderson. Green for Montreal of Slavkovsky. Rookie for Colorado of Ben Myers. And an exquisite rookie number to 349 for Chicago of Alex Vlasic. Green for New Jersey of Vanacek. Orange for Columbus of Merzlikins. Rookie of Braden Schneider for the Rangers. Green for Anaheim of Zegras. Cool Cuts for Washington of Ovi. Rookie of Jordan Spence for LA. Green for Minnesota of Matt Boldy. Pink rookie for Minnesota of Matt Boldy. And a rookie for Montreal of Jordan Harris. Green for the Rangers of Lafreniere. Crystals for the Rangers of Shesterkin. Rookie for Philly of Bobby Brink. Green for Nashville of UC Soros. Pink for the Islanders of Anders Lee. Rookie for Carolina of Kochetkov. Green for Montreal of Gooley. Crystals of Holmberg for Toronto. And a Jake Christensen rookie for Columbus. Green for Buffalo of Jeff Skinner. Numbered to 12.99 Ice Premiers for Vegas of Korczak. And a rookie for Boston of Mark McLaughlin. Green for Vegas of Jack Eichel. Crystals for Dallas of Rupe Hintz. And a rookie of Nick Blankenberg for Columbus. Green for Philly of Ollie Leaksel. Rookie for Anaheim of Jacob Perreault. And an Ice Premiers jersey for Minnesota of Matt Boldy. Green for Boston of Marchand. Sub-Zero for the Rangers of Panarin. And a rookie for Seattle of Shane Wright. Last box mojo. Green for Vancouver of Quinn Hughes. Ice Premiers numbered to 12.99 for Detroit of Soderblom. And a rookie of Sogard for Ottawa. Green for LA of Samuel Fajemo. Rookie for Columbus of Kent Johnson. And an exquisite rookie numbered to 3.49 for Chicago of Lucas Reichel. Green for Montreal of Kirby Doc. Orange rookie for Montreal of Arbor Jacki. And a rookie for Seattle of Matty Beniers. Green for the Islanders of Dobson. Cool cuts for Buffalo of Jeff Skinner. And a rookie for LA of Mauvrier. Green for Anaheim of Troy Terry. Pink for Boston of David Pasternak. Rookie for Montreal of Jacki. Green for Florida of Spencer Knight. Crystals for Colorado of Cale Makar. And a rookie for LA of Fajemo. Green for Winnipeg of Scheifele. Orange for New Jersey of Sharon Govich. And a rookie for Vegas of Korczak. Green for Columbus of Kent Johnson. Crystals for Montreal of Slavkovsky. And a rookie of Kuzmenko for Vancouver. Green for Florida of Sam Reinhart. Ice Premiers Red, numbered to 2.99 for Seattle of Shane Wright. And a rookie of Samuel Poulin for Pittsburgh. Green for Montreal of Caulfield. Crystals for Vegas of Eichel. And a rookie for Buffalo of Jack Quinn. Green for Ottawa of Sogard. Rookie for Chicago of Lucas Reichel. And an Ice Premiers jersey for LA of Samuel Fajemo. Green for Winnipeg of Kyle Connor. Sub-Zero for Vancouver of Quinn Hughes. And a rookie of David Jiricek for Columbus. There we go. want to get going, whether be it that Thanksgiving mix or any other break. I'll give it about 10 minutes here, folks. Yes, the Jays game. My gosh, can they pull through? So if you're thinking about stepping up, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to do so. So what do we think, folks? Anybody going to step up here tonight, or are we going to be calling it an evening? No, no, no. No, you can't bark right now. You'll hurt the people's ears. Alright guys, well I am going to go ahead and call that an evening. We will be back live tomorrow night at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday and we'll see you tomorrow.